Is it time? Shall we hence? Sup, nerds? How are y'all doing today? Happy to be back. Got a good bit to talk about today, not too much. The Vercel drama with our friends over at Cloudflare is definitely on the list. Vercel. That's a starting point. I want to make sure we figure out everything else that we want to cover today. Seems like the breaking news of today has literally nothing to do with our field at all. Oh yeah, the Replit fundraise. Ping Discord, good call. Switch over to here. Everyone live now, nerds. Cool. That is done. Grab these quick. This actually looks like it could be quality video. I'm starting to hate React. Drop this in here. Vimeo acquisition's interesting. The cursed lang absolutely has to be done. VMhack I don't have any source for just yet, but definitely worth a thought. I did a video on the open source algorithm code a while back. I haven't checked the new post hog site yet. I was meaning to. I saw that there's a new split chat option. Twitch can be iffy about using products that combine different chats. Something I'll definitely look into later. I'll go to the site quick just to have it like saved. So the problem will be that the YouTube chat on Firefox is the problem. Even when I open it and unload it, it doesn't work simply because of... Wait, oh, is this not going to embed them? Because I can't just have Twitch chat like through a different interface. So if I try this quick. Okay, no, it is embedding proper Twitch chat for that. Okay. youtube.com/@t3.gg. Yeah, this is still going to have the weird performance issues of Firefox in YouTube chat. So I'd have to go use this in Chrome. The problem isn't that, like, I can't have the split view work. The problem is entirely that Firefox and YouTube chat don't play nice together, and it will randomly memory leak and fail. So this split view will crash in an amount of time. So it's a cool product, definitely something that could work in the future, but not if I'm using a Firefox-based browser with YouTube. Okay, this is bold. What does the mobile version look like? It horizontal scrolls on a mobile viewport. That's scary. Oh, and then it does that. Interesting. Can I resize this after? Okay, I can drag the corner like that. Good stuff. Very cool. We thank all of the gift subs I missed as we were getting started. We got Chesk with the gift bomb right now, as well as Shamu MD with the 5 bomb too. Thank you all for that. Oh God, what's Shkreli doing? Yeah, what's this? But the new AI element stuff actually does seem really cool. It's a shame I can't really code right now. Oh, interesting, Verdo. Definitely something I'll look into more. Sounds like you put a lot of work in. I appreciate you for that. BD5, the TC chat talked a lot about the stream via bundle sometimes, etc. Interesting. I think I've seen this. Oh yeah, stream. It's markdown streaming, so that you don't have to do all the markdown parsing on the client side. Definitely something I'm interested in figuring out. Oh God. Oh, they finally put out Grok 2. They said they'd put out 1 generation ago, but we still don't have Grok 3 out as open weight. Have this saved. Haven't looked into it yet. All cool stuff, but nothing I really need to cover. Let's thank all the subs that we got when I was getting started quick. Again, Shamu with the 5 bomb, and Midu with the shout out. Great stream, by the way. If you do speak Spanish and you want to be part of like the biggest event in the history of Twitch dev, you don't have to be here. Go watch Midu. If you don't speak Spanish, chill. We're a good place to be. But all, like, legitimately all Spanish speakers that write software should be watching the Midu dev stream if you can be. Like, it's so good. It's so cool. We got Not Tomb here with the 30 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. XCSS, the 6 months. Appreciate you for coming by. I'll do my best to keep being amazing. It's a little harder with one hand, but we do our best. We got Cyan here with the 13 months of support. SEO Food here. Learning so much how to stroke, you can't move your right arm. Voice program, Whisper Float. That's really cool to hear, SEO Food. I can't even imagine. Like, the one day where I couldn't move my left arm, which isn't even my dominant arm, was really, really hard. I can't imagine living with that. So I'm pumped that one random little app I found is making your life any amount easier. Keep fucking fighting, man. We got David CA6 here with the 10 months. Appreciate that so much. August, the legend. Happy for providing distractions. I will do my best to only focus on tech stuff. Chesk again with the 5 bomb. Thank you for that. Silas, continuing your gift sub. Thank you for that. Stu throwing a gift. And Diz throwing the 9 months of support in. I can't click a URL. That's suspicious. I'm sorry. Yeah, Lossless on Spotify is originally was confirmed in 2018, if I recall, by them. Nice to see them finally fucking ship it, but took them long enough. Patrick up too. Oh, yet another weird blockchain for reliable, like, the transactions for businesses. Interesting. Seen Nova. What was it again? A JS engine? Fun. Let me dump my, that's actually cool research. Ooh. Very, very cool. I need to get my tea bag. Give me 1 sec. I did get an idea from people asking about YC. I'm thinking an interesting trend with new YC startups. And the trend is they know more about the core industry than the AI stuff. Should be fun. Ooh. I think I actually have this saved from like fucking forever ago. I was interested in reading this and then never got to it. I'll save it in my new pocket alternative. To be honest, this wrist thing and hand thing hasn't been too bad. Absolutely no plans for a Hano.js video. I don't know what I would talk about there. Diz, throw in a gift. Appreciate that. CD hitting 35 months of support. RobSoft with the Prime. Great. Thank you all for the support, guys. The TansecDB interactive thing was really cool. This is something I want to read for sure. XCQ, nice try. Nice try. I think we're going to have to make Rick rolling a timeout in the near future. Sidebar on the right hand was a setting somewhere. I don't remember where. In fact, Chalk end up bundled. Bundler misconfiguration using a bundler that shims Node APIs. Yeah, the bundler angle, like how did this even sneak in the first place, is a very good call out. Anybody has a write-up that's good? Yeah, I saved the I'm starting to hate React one. If anybody has good research or like papers or links about the NPM hacks, that would be really cool. Oh, that's really cool, Diz. Thank you so much. I'm happy that you got the gig. It had nothing to do with me. You used me as a resource. You would look for good resources and those made you more successful, but I'm pumped that one of those resources was me. That part's pretty cool. Interesting. I still have no idea what the Sonoma models are and haven't had a chance to like really fuck with them yet. Yeah, I know paper. I don't know if I'll be able to. Oh yeah, the Vimeo one. I don't really know what I can make out of this. I forgot Bending Spoons owns StreamYard. Very interesting. This actually looks really cool. Oh yeah, the Oracle spike is terrifying. Oh, nice. Thank you. Vimeo is both a better and worse purchase. You fucker. Nice try. The browser company purchase will burn less money is the thing. Vimeo runs very expensive infrastructure, like very expensive. We'll see how that goes. The cool thing about stuff like Dia and Arc is that at least Arc costs almost no money for the company because they're just like distributing one file. That's the original. Good shit. Thank you, chat. Oh yeah, the Anthropic being way worse than expected thing. That could be fun, actually. So this has to be high pry, obviously. Also, hi YouTube. Sorry I haven't been on Twitch or on this chat as much. It's because I have to use it in a different browser. Impact on LM integrations on hiring by seniority. I would love to see that, S. John. Sadly, you can't link things on YouTube chat. I can't even change that. Google just won't let me. So if you're down to link that on Twitch chat, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'll be careful on X. What is this? Are they really gonna fight over? I can't believe I just scrolled in and saw this. Are people really fighting over like obvious APIs? Yeah, the nature of the hacks all being Web3 stuff is very real. I'll drop that in the other hacks that were similar. Oh, thanks. Appreciate this. It's absolutely a video. How AI actually affects hiring. Oh yeah, the Comet prompt injection. That could be a video. AI browsers are dangerous. I do actually want to film an extra thing for my browser video. I don't know why this keeps breaking, this view. Maybe we have too much stuff now. Phase to do. Theo needs to record an extra about the agentic browser hacks to use when mentioning Comet. Cool. Oh, yo, S. John. I'll VIP ya. I liked the Apple event, but primarily like as I'm a nerd about camera stuff and also headphone stuff, and they served me well in those regards. Continued, but TLDR. It was an interesting, like Bun being published to NPM despite it being mostly Zig and not JS. Yeah, obfuscation via like other languages and shit is a problem too, for sure. Vercel has an AI browser. I did not talk about that. Not obfuscation. Yeah, that's fair. The things we use for like it's used for installing Claude code and shit too. S52X. I think I have gear or setup. Oh, that one's ancient. And most of what I talk about is in there is still true for that video. I made a new one, but I forgot what the shortcut for the new command is. I'll figure that all out later. Very interesting to see Sam on Tucker. It's a choice. Yeah, I do need to. The clonathon video got delayed because of my hand and then falling behind on videos. It will happen, I promise. Oh, very interesting, actually. Not going to give them the free promo just yet, but cool that that exists. A browser for AI instead of AI in the browser. Skateboard injuries that I'm finally getting handled after years of my hand not working properly. Thank you, Stonesy, for the tier 1 support 6 months in, and all too swift also on the 6 months. I did see the telepathy thing. Looks cool. Have to dive into that further. No, dude. My feelings. Yep. Also very worth noting that a lot of people who use, I'll put that in like my bullet points actually. Key points. Lots of NPM users don't know what NPM or Node are. NPM was built for JS on server side, but is used for much more. Other languages are distributed through NPM now too. Most importantly, the tools like Claude code come from NPM very often. What's Alex dropping? Oh yeah, the Excel one. That was cool. Developer mode. Yeah, this is cool that they have like full MCP support now. Yeah, finally lost to Spotify. Very pumped about that. I've been up and down, Jacob. Mostly good. Things have been chaotic and then some. And not having my hand has been rough. Oh, thank you, EJ. Appreciate that. I'm happy that people like that so much. It was cool sneaking in for that. Thank you, Mikhail, for the 9 months of support as well. Appreciate that a ton. Let me hit the record button on my camera before I forget. I'll do 30 for 40. Cool. I did check out the post-hoc website. It is indeed very cool. God, I'm already losing my voice. I maybe started recording. I need to chug a bunch of water. Oh yeah, the Emil site. I love a lot of his takes, and I agree we've over animated. I did a video on his article that we've done too much with toasts, so this is very much in that vein. You know what? This is definitely a video. I'll put it in the list. Then we're going to prioritize to figure out what we're doing. Stop putting animations on everything. Drop the link. Points. Make sure to bring up default animation times in Shad CN. This one's definitely high pry. Put this at mid pry. Mid pry. And mid pry. And Clover versus Vercel, honestly, of these, I need a more granular ranking of priority system. I need to make it a number or something, because I want these two to be before these two, but I want all of these to come out before anything else we film. I'll make a more granular priority system in the future. Problem for another time. Hi again, YouTube chat. Sorry that I've been less active here. Harder to moderate and also very broken. Josh's take on animation or recommendation or animations. Claude.ai is down. Let me check it in a browser. Actually, I have it signed in on. Yep. Got an internal server error. I want to get that screenshot. Give me a sec so I can grab that for Twitter. So is it going to do the thing with the fucked background, I think, by default? It doesn't have edges. It should be fine. Oh, no worries, Aman. I was just covering random shit. What are you here for to chat about? I love your. Reloading during a response should work now. Okay. Bold. The last time somebody claimed that about one of these chat apps, that was not the case. Give me a second. I'm happy to try such a thing. Write me 5 or no. Solve Advent of Code 2021 day 4 in 5 different languages. Give you a nice hard one to try this. Right on instant, so it starts responding. Okay, so it always paints from the top, which is interesting. It doesn't just catch you up immediately. But it does work. Good work. Crazy that OpenAI and Grok and T3 chat are the only 3 chat apps where you can resume a stream. Back when? That's an interesting take. I'll throw that in the list. Other takes. Still going. Still streaming. Yeah. Good work. That's cool to see. Overdue change. Do you still do the markdown to HTML on client side? We're considering moving it to server side. I'm curious how OpenAI handles that right now. Verbund packages are part of the runtime, yeah. I forgot to do my command. Oops. I do command shift P, the command I got them to add for me. I feel like we have enough to make a good video on that. I really want to do the video on the Anthropic stuff while it's going. Client for now. Okay, good to know. We have something else we can beat you guys to. I'll talk about bundlers and runtimes, kind of dovetails runtime vid from a few weeks ago. Resolve my ass from Aiden. Sure. God, there's so much broken shit. We have to do this one right now. Marker. Claude was dumb for 2 weeks. Thank you, Artem and Mikhail, and All Too Swift, all for the support. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Oh, NPM opinion from Jamin. Interesting take. Actually worth including in that list. So I'll throw that in here and then we'll get started. Cool. No worries, NMG. Spam me a bit more when we're getting closer to that video, but I want to do this one. You gotta start filming. I already made the marker. Let me find actually the official post from them about this. Cool. As y'all have probably noticed, I've been a bit harsher towards Anthropic lately. There's a bunch of reasons for it, but it really comes down to one main thing. I've not been having a great experience with their tools and their models. Obviously, I'm upset, or retake on that. I want to open this. You guys have probably noticed that I've soured a little bit on Anthropic over the last year or two. There are a bunch of small reasons for it, but the big one is that they broke my hand. No, they didn't do that. What they actually did was put out models and tools that I just was finding less and less useful. Claude Sonnet 4 was a huge drop when it came out, and I was impressed in the moment, but soon after, when other models followed, I found myself needing it less and less. And also when I went back, but more importantly, when I went back to try it and compare it with GPT-5, I've found the performance to just not be very good at all. I've filmed multiple videos over the last few weeks where I try to compare Claude Code and the official Claude models with other providers, other tools, and more. And my experience doing that has shown that the Anthropic models just haven't been very good. Or have they? Maybe there's a regression here. Maybe the Anthropic, turns out that my experience might not have been a skill issue or even that the models got worse. Rather, starting to seem like there's a bug on the Anthropic side. According to the actual Anthropic team, they have found and resolved 2 issues that were affecting quality in some Claude responses. Interesting. There's also a third separate issue where Opus performance was degraded meaningfully for a large amount of time. And also, as I am filming this, there is a massive outage on the Anthropic site. I opened up status.anthropic twice and got 2 entirely different pages because it's all in chaos. Also, the word wrap there, they're not used to having so many things down that their CSS can't handle it. Oh man, what a ride this has been. There is a lot of interesting stuff going on over at Anthropic. The quality that you've been getting as a developer has varied a lot. The impact that this has on us, and more importantly, the ways we can work around it, are all important things that I think we should discuss, which is why we're going to go very deep on what went wrong with Anthropic, why it's been so much worse lately, and what you can do to make sure that your applications, and more importantly, your experience using cool vibe coding tools, is not going to be impacted by the performance issues and overall regressions here. Do you know what's not down right now? Today's sponsor. Cool. Also, the page is Atlassian status page. They have to work at Atlassian if you want to fix that. Well, okay. So Claude got way dumber. I thought I was going insane saying this publicly, and there have been a lot of people who have been speculating about this for a while now. If you check out the subreddit, you'll see nonstop frustration and chaos. Did Claude just die 5 hours ago? Is Claude down 5 hours ago? Claude is dead 10 days ago. Internal error. It was good while it lasted. Just canceled Claude. There is a lot. The AI nerf is real. We're working on a project called Is It Nerf, where we monitor LLMs in real time. Very interesting. Update on recent performance concerns from Anthropic official on Reddit. I'm sure the comments on this are going to be totally reasonable and not people upset at all. And someone said all of the bots were fake, and someone said all the replies were fake and bot complaints. And they sounded so smug making that silly claim. Now we won't see the stop complaining that there's no performance degradation gang. 8.5 to 9.4. Can I get a refund for the $200 I wasted? My billing cycle literally ended on 9.4. Fun. So this is the write-up that they posted about the this is the write-up they posted about the performance issues that people were seeing with Claude. Last week, we opened an incident to investigate degraded quality in some Claude model responses. We found 2 separate issues that we've now resolved. We are continuing to monitor for any ongoing quality issues, including reports of degradation for Claude Opus 3.1. They called this out here, including reports of degradation, because there was a separate Claude Opus incident just before this. Trying to find where that one was shared. Here we are. Perfect. So there have been so many incidents that it's genuinely hard to keep track of. I'm going to do my best to break down the two categories and what's going on and what the dates are. So we have degraded intelligence. So that's the model is still responding, but the quality of the responses is worse. And we have actual downtime. Actual downtime is something like right now where we can't sign in to the Claude.ai site at all. When I tried a minute ago, it would hang forever and then you'd get internal server error. And the API was down as well. It seems like their entire infrastructure just kind of choked up. So obviously we're mostly here for the degraded intelligence part, but I do want to cover the actual downtime part really, really quickly because it is bad that this continues to happen and I want to make sure that we are thinking about it as an industry. Something I mentioned before on the Medu stream that I was guesting on earlier today is that one of the biggest issues with the AI bubble is that reliability of the things we use every day feels like it's going down, not up, which is kind of terrifying. So Claude.ai, the website, has 99.24% uptime. That means there's a nearly 1% chance, like 1 out of 100 times you open Claude.ai, it's just down. Or if you keep it open a lot and you send a message, it just won't go through because the site is crashed or the backend is broken and things like that. And I swear on my life, it feels like half the time I go to Claude.ai, it is down. To be fair, don't use it a whole lot because there's a other chat app you might have heard of that I found to be quite a bit more reliable. Obviously, I mean Deep AI. Now, T3 Chat, very nice experience. I'm pumped that we built this for $8 a month. You get every single model, as well as significantly better uptime for reasons that we'll talk about in just a little bit, because api.anthropic.com is better uptime-wise than the website. There's a 0.3-ish gap difference there, which means if you're hitting their API, there's a much better chance that your service is up than if you're going to Claude.ai. But there are other ways to improve your uptime as well, which we'll be talking about momentarily. This incident has been going on since 1628 UTC. It went on for over an hour. Let's try and comprehend this for a second. Let me go find a post from me. So the top isn't working because of the crazy news going on. Cool. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Earlier in the year, I made the migration that a lot of people made fun of us for changing databases too much, but it wasn't really a database change so much as an entire rewrite from the ground up of our backend that happened to hit some really weird edge cases with everything from the data migration strategy to really weird baked-in auth edge cases due to an older version of the auth library that we had used that we've since upgraded from. But since some users had cookies assigned with the old version, it broke random edge cases. There's a lot of little things that caused problems that resulted in T3 Chat not being usable for a percentage of our users when we made the migration to Convex the first 2 times. These migration mistakes and errors haunted me constantly for months. Like, I felt so bad about these downtimes, these outages, these mistakes, and the users that had grown to rely on T3 Chat as a thing they can go to that always works, and now they can't anymore. That actually deeply upset me. As such, when we had those outages, I took the time to do a whole write-up about everything that went right and wrong, what our plan was, how we're dealing with it. I was really proud of this. We went ham. We have since addressed almost all the things I call out here, and we have made the service way more reliable. We were down for about 8 minutes. Do you see the difference here? T3 Chat goes down for 8 minutes. I own all of the details of the outage and give a detailed report on how we're going to address it and what we'll be doing going forward to prevent things like this. Anthropic, a company that just raised $13 billion, Identified. API consoles in Claude are down. Services will be restored. A fix has been implemented. 15 minutes later, a fix has been implemented. 25 minutes later, a fix has been implemented. Update. We're continuing to monitor. Resolved. The issue's been resolved. According to chat, it's actually still down. It just loads forever. Let's give it a go. Oh, they have new terms I have to accept. You are not getting access to my data. Claude never loses a thread. Now Claude can reference past chats for relevant context. Memory. Cool. I don't want it. Solve 5 advent of code problems in JS. Okay, it appears to be up again. Yeah. That was why I refreshed during the generation, though. My favorite check. Chat's broken. Of course. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. There was a post from an employee at Anthropic claiming that this bug was fixed, that you could refresh or lose connection and go back and the chat would be fine. That was 3 months ago. It was straight up a lie. I refreshed and that chat is now gone forever. I'm on the same URL for that chat. It's gone. It's dead. That is life when you use a subpar, that's just life when you use a subpar chat application that's built by a company that doesn't actually care about chat or applications. So that's the actual downtime. It is consistent. It's consistently down, which is just not good. It means that you can't rely on their tools. And to be clear, this is both site and API have reliability issues, and severe ones at that. It is my understanding, and I am down to be corrected if I'm incorrect here and I get information otherwise. It is my understanding that a significant portion of the implementation of the Claude.ai website was done by a third party that they contracted because they didn't have the front-end experts internally at the time to build it. I do believe they're maintaining it primarily internally now, but I am almost certain that a lot of the Claude.ai website was not built by them, or certainly not by Claude itself, but was built by third-party contractors. And it shows the site is, of the major labs, the site is the most broken. If we were to rank them by the quality of the site, like T3 Chat being our top tier, and my friends over at Deep AI being a really useful floor for us. If you're not familiar, they have a dolphin that's supposed to follow your cursor, but they broke that recently and hasn't worked on any of my browsers, on any of my OSs for a few days now. Now the dolphin's in the corner. The reason there's so much space is because it's full of ads. Interesting. So if this is the spectrum of quality, I would honestly say ChatGPT, really close. The combination of the features it has and the reliability. Then you have I'll admit, and this hurts me, you know how much this hurts me, the Grok site and mobile app are actually quite good overall. Then I would argue there is a significant gap. I will call this the usable bar. The usable bar means anything below this bar, and I'm judging you. Below here, but relatively close, I would say Gemini app. Like, the quality and reliability of the experience isn't great at all, but like it works and it generates most of the time. Then I would say there's a pretty significant gap again. We get into Claude.ai. A reasonable gap one last time. And now we have most open source model labs. So in particular, this is DeepSeek, Qwen, etc. Their sites were built to quickly showcase the model, not be a good experience, and they're rough. And then Deep AI is a really fun meme. So if you're using one of these three, I will judge significantly less hard. If you're using Gemini, I have questions. If you're using Claude, I have concerns. If you're using the DeepSeek website, I am questioning what state agency is paying you. If you're using Deep AI, you're too young to watch my videos. Oh no, don't bring up Open Web UI, chat. I don't want to be mean to a good faith open source project. I really respect what Open Web is doing, but it is not usable in my opinion. I have had a really rough experience every time I have tried. It's not great. The LM Studio built-in chat is better, in my opinion. So that's my thoughts on the app and infra side. You might be thinking about how can we prevent the API outages, which we'll talk about in just a little bit, because I want to talk about what we're really here for, the degraded intelligence. So what the fuck is going on? First and foremost, a significant number of people were reporting a degradation in performance when Opus 4.1 dropped. Not immediately after it dropped, but relatively soon after, people were noticing the performance wasn't great. If you recall, Opus 4.1 dropped right before GPT-5. It was clear they knew GPT-5 was coming and they wanted to try and snipe out the launch, but it also kind of seems like they rushed the launch a bit for the same reasons. Quad Opus 4.1 release date. Yeah. So Opus 4.1 came out on August 5th, 2025. So August 5, timeline, Opus drops. And then August 7th, GPT-5 drops. And if we go look at the Anthropic status page, we will see that the degraded quality report started, according to them, August 25th. What makes this one particularly funny is that they didn't post about it during the outage, during the intelligence getting worse, where they say in their own words, users may have seen lower intelligence, malformed responses, or issues with tool calling in Claude code. Something important I want to call out about this type of language, users may have seen is a very specific choice of wording. Let's say hypothetically that less than 5% of requests were affected. If this was the case, if it was a small number, a thing that doesn't sound too bad, you can bet your ass that that would have been included in the wording here. They absolutely would have said a percentage if the percentage wouldn't have made them look awful. So the usage of that wording implies that it's not 5% of requests, it's certainly not 1% of requests, it's a meaningful percentage. On top of that, may implies that a user may not have seen it, and they wouldn't have if they didn't use Opus 4.1 through Anthropic's API or website during this window. So if you didn't use it during these 3 days, according to Anthropic, you didn't experience it. So even if 100% of requests had this problem, you may not have experienced it. So the language makes it sound less of a big deal than it probably was. This was caused by a rollout of our inference stack, which we have since rolled back for Claude Opus 4.1. While we make changes intended to improve the efficiency throughput, while we often make changes intended to improve the efficiency and throughput of our models, our intention is always to retain the same model response quality. This is where things get really interesting. You might remember a video I did a while back about Claude Code pricing. Claude Code just got way more expensive. Remember like 2 weeks? We check here. I still had a wrist because Anthropic had yet to beat me up. More importantly, this was August 1st, right before Opus 4.1 dropped. So it seems like a lot of things were happening in this early August window. These things include rushing to get in front of GPT-5, There's the reduction of costs for Claude code because the costs were skyrocketing quickly. And then, arguably most importantly, there was an interest in making sure as many GPUs were available as possible for training purposes. There's an interesting problem at Anthropic right now that I have been hearing from a handful of people where there's a bit of an internal fight because they have a certain number of GPUs. Obviously, all GPUs are represented by a box. And in this box, they need to fit GPUs for a couple different things. They need GPUs for the API for Claude. So if you're hitting api.claude.ai, they need an API for that, and they need to have GPUs reserved for that. They need Claude.ai to have GPUs reserved for them, and they need GPUs for research purposes. They have these three different things they need to use their GPUs for, and these are all competing with each other at all times. On August 11th, during the GPT-5 chaos, Sam Altman made this tweet that has been haunting me since then. This is how they are prioritizing compute as they need more compute for GPT-5, higher demand, etc. The first priority is making sure that current paying ChatGPT users get more total usage than they did before GPT-5. If they don't have enough GPUs, they can't serve that level of traffic. So in order for users to get more usage from their subscriptions, they need more GPUs. So all new compute that they're getting will first and foremost be used to improve the experience for ChatGPT users. They will then prioritize API demand for the currently allocated capacity and the commitments that they've made for customers. For a rough sense, we can support about an additional 30% of API growth from where we are today with this capacity. So this is... So again, this is with the amount of compute they planned to give for API access. They will continue putting new GPUs in the servers that are used for API as the demand increases up to a certain point, but they will still be prioritizing paid ChatGPT users. Then they will be increasing the quality of the free tier of ChatGPT, and then they'll start prioritizing increased new API demand. So if you're already a customer that has rate limits, if you're already an OpenAI API customer that has rate limits set, they're going to make sure there's enough GPUs for that after they make sure paying users are good. And then if you're a new user or you want your rate limits higher, you come in fourth here. I actually really appreciate this level of transparency in the reporting of how the company's internally thinking about where each GPU goes. So if you think about each of these like a bucket, you have the API for Claude, you have Claude.ai, you have research purposes, and then also you have like free versus paid tier, if you want to include that as well. We get this new GPU, which is green for no particular reason, definitely AMD's brand colors. New GPU comes in. We look at the places we can put it, and we choose where it goes. If this was with OpenAI, this would be going into this bucket basically every time we can until we are content with the amount of GPUs and the amount of compute that these users have. And occasionally, we'll throw one in the API, and we'll also throw one in research. But when a new GPU comes in, we have this new GPU we just got fresh from NVIDIA, we have to choose which of the buckets we put it in. There's a big difference between how these things get allocated at different companies. And it is my understanding that the allocation for Anthropic looks something like this, where Anthropic's goal is to put as much compute as possible into research so they can keep making the best models, because that's what they want to do. That's how they want to win. They want to make great models, not great products. They really want their models to be exceptional. As such, they do this. So if it turns out Anthropic usage is so high that they actually need this bar to be here in order to meet the needs of people, what can they do? They can do a lot, and believe me, they do a lot. They love doing things like resetting your rate limits when a new model drops. They also love updating the model deployments to be more efficient and faster, but occasionally slightly dumber. They also will sometimes introduce bulk APIs that are cheaper if you do inference at hours that are less common. It's more and more common for these providers to offer bulk APIs where you're discounted by as much as like 75% if you do inference during hours that are off peak, like late at night on a weekend, for example. The reason for that is, unlike the way we use AI, which, to be frank, from our experience, kind of feels pretty simple, there's this big black box somewhere in the cloud. We have the user request that somebody is trying to generate. They send that message to this magic black box in the cloud. It generates a response. The user gets their message back, and then we pay per token that was used. The costs for the AI companies are not per token costs. It's very easy for us to fall for that because if you look at how things are priced and how they're talked about, it kind of feels that way. Like if we go to artificial analysis and we look at the cost per token, which I know they have in here somewhere still. Yeah, the input and output token cost. This is how much money it costs per phrase or term or however you want to break down what a token is in an input and an output. And it's easy to think it's easy to think of this as how much it costs for them to run it. So if more traffic comes in, they have more money that they can spend to do more responses. But in reality, there's a fixed number of GPUs that they have that can be doing a fixed number of things at a time. If we were to pretend, for example, that Anthropic could run 10 requests at a time with their current GPUs, we'll make it smaller so it's even easier to work with. We'll say they have, let's give it a small, reasonable number here. So let's say these are the GPUs Anthropic has for their APIs. If there's one GPU and each one is needed per request, so like a given request requires a dedicated GPU or server with a GPU to resolve it, you have each message going in to one of these boxes. So if we have a queue of 8 messages that are waiting to go, oops. You know, I'm going to simplify this and make it smaller. So let's say Anthropic has 4 GPUs. I'm sure they have a couple more than that, but you get the idea. And then you have a queue of requests for generations that users want to do, in this case, from the API. So this request comes in, and it gets sent to the first available GPU. This next request comes in. There's still more GPUs available, so we throw it at that. This one goes here. This one goes here. Oh no, we're out of GPUs. Where do we send this next request? How do we get this to a GPU? Well, usually what we have to do is wait until one of these is completed. Now it's done. Now the GPU is available. It can go to the available GPU. So when you don't have enough GPUs available for your request load, things start to get bad pretty fast. And you start doing whatever you can to reduce request load and also increase the amount of availability you have in the infra. So if these normally take 25 seconds to respond, and you find a way to knock it down to 15, all of a sudden you have way more availability because you have a fixed number of GPUs. Where things get even more fun is during nighttime or other windows where there aren't as many users, and suddenly you go from having however many requests in the queue, in this case 7 or 6, suddenly you have fewer requests than Anthropic has infra available. So this GPU that they spent tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on, is sitting there doing nothing. On top of that, there is a fixed cost that exists when a user does hit a GPU. Yeah, they already paid for the GPU, so it's basically free, right? Nope. Electricity costs. I'm going to ask you guys for a fun thought exercise. I have an RTX 5090 in my desktop. I've been doing a little bit more stuff, or this will absolutely be covered, Chesk. Okay. I've personally been, I have an RTX 5090 in one of my PCs at my apartment. I use it for playing with different LLMs, and in particular, I was trying to play with some local video generation stuff. I wanted to see what it would cost to run that full time in San Francisco. I live in SF. Oh, you guys already know the number. Fuck. Forgot I had done that. Okay. The question I was going to ask is, how much do you think the electricity costs per month? But I've already done this with chat. You guys already know. So I'm going to take this a little bit different. I'm sorry, FaZe. Okay. Fun thought experiment for people who don't already know the answer to this. So you viewers. Fun thought experiment. I have an RTX 5090. I live in San Francisco. I like doing random LLM stuff on my 5090. If I ran my 5090 if I ran my RTX 5090 at 100% all month, how much money would it cost per month for power? For context, this card is $2,000 to $3,000. So what would you guess the electricity cost is per month for a card that costs $2,000? I was very surprised when I did the math and learned the number. It'd be a bit over $200 per month. That would be $2,400 per year. And my immediate thought was, okay, that's because San Francisco has really, really expensive electricity. What if we put this in a cheaper place in the US? How cheap could we get this? Turns out I was right. Electricity costs are really high in SF. They're about 2x higher than the cheapest places in the country, which still leaves you at $100 per month to run the GPU, or $1,200 per year. And this isn't for a really high-end, and this isn't for one of the GPUs that these companies are using. This isn't an H100 or H200 or something like that. This is a gaming GPU for playing video games. And even that is hitting absurd amounts of dollars per month. Yeah. The H200 takes 700 watts. The 5090 is 575. So that's actually pretty efficient. I'm surprised that the H200 can be that much better. But that's the maximum thermal, or the maximum TDP for a given chip. According to TRG data centers, each of these boxes is closer to, what was the number? Okay. They said 700 watts. HGX 208 GPU cluster, which is a common box that people will use to do this, up to 5.6 kilowatts. So as you introduce more NVLink connectors and put more GPUs into a given system so that you get multiple GPUs working on the same thing, power goes up not linearly, but slightly worse. So this does look like linear growth. I don't know what they're saying here. Yeah, so an 8 GPU would be 5.6 kilowatts. So that's 5,600 watts. So multiply all of my numbers by 10. Yes, that cluster would cost $24,000 a year to run with 8 GPUs. So the cost of electricity is really high. From my rough math, if we were to assume my experience with the 5090 carries over to other GPUs, the cost of the GPU is matched by roughly 1 year of electricity usage. So really, really gut napkin math. 50% of cost is GPU. 50% of cost is electricity. But again, the electricity cost is a recurring one. So if you get these GPUs and you keep using them for 3 years, this will shift towards the GPUs being less expensive and the electricity being more expensive. The GPUs are an upfront cost to get started. The electricity is a consistent cost to run them. That said, let's think about traffic patterns. So during the day, if you don't have enough GPUs, that means you have to buy more GPUs, which means that traffic is now inherently more expensive because you have to buy more GPUs to serve it. It's almost twice as expensive. However, if you have more GPUs than you have requests, the cost on that, if you measure within a year, is around 50% because you already paid for the GPUs. They're sitting there. You only have to pay the electricity half for that GPU now. So that obviously results in a discount around 50%. See why they would do that? Mirrors the cost of the electricity. But since the GPU would otherwise be sitting there doing nothing, they don't let it sit there doing nothing. They find ways to discount the infra and find other ways for people to use it so that you can pay them a discount and they don't have to effectively sit with almost an empty home. Like imagine they're landlords. Every house that sits empty is costing them money. It's not as expensive as if they had a person living there, but it does still cost money to maintain this empty property. If you can stuff somebody into it, even if you take a discount as a result, it's worth doing. That all said, Anthropic just raised $13 billion. So they are now out of excuses. So what are the ways that we have to solve the problem of the queue being too big and Anthropic's infra being too small? Obvious solution one is buy more GPUs. They do have the money now, so that's probably worth doing. But it takes time, and NVIDIA has way more demand than they have stock and supply right now to sell. So that's going to take time for them to ramp up the infra. So option two, limit access. This is things like the egregious this is things like the really strict rate limits that they put on almost all Anthropic accounts. They give deals to Y Combinator companies, and part of that is increasing the rate limits. And even then, we found ourselves bumping up on rate limits consistently. And when we asked Anthropic for more allocation on Claude Sonnet 4 when it dropped so that we could offer it reliably in T3 chat, their response was, sorry, we can't do that. We'll put you in the queue of people who requested higher allocation. Then they saw me having viral posts about how bad it was. And also, there are a couple people at Anthropic that like me and are working hard to make things work for us. So they gave me an interesting offer. They offered to increase my Sonnet 4 rate limit by decreasing my rate limit for other models. The reason that they would offer this is because each of their deployments has a specific set of models on it. If we have these deployments, they might have these two grouped up to be the deployments that are running Opus 4.1. And they might separately have these other ones that are running something else, like Sonnet 3.5. The reason they do it this way is that these models are so big and have so much data that the VRAM in these GPUs needs to have it loaded. And if it had to unload one model and load in another on each request, the time to first byte would be way higher. It wouldn't be able to start responding until much later, simply because they have to unload whatever's in memory, load up hundreds of gigabytes into memory instead, and then serve the request. And then when the next one comes in for a different model, take out all that code or take out all that data, put in new data, and run the new request. That's unrealistic. So most companies provision their infra relatively rigidly. So each GPU is dedicated for a specific model and a specific purpose. So if Anthropic had a problem where GPUs were over-allocated for old models and under-allocated for new ones, and they want to give more access to the new models like Opus 4 and Sonnet 4, they'll hit people like me up and say, hey, we'll give you the higher rate limit you want on Sonnet 4, but only if you let us take it out of the other rate limits. And remember, these rate limits aren't a guarantee. If everybody was hitting even half their rate limit on their current account on Anthropic, the infra would be down entirely. They're counting on the majority of users not being close to it and hoping that the users who are hitting it regularly will be able to be served in a reasonable amount of time. So strategy one, buy more GPUs. Strategy two, limit access. Strategy three, efficiency. Actually, well, before we do that. Okay, one last part on the limit access. This also would include stuff like the changes they made to the Claude Code subscription, where they were giving effectively unlimited inference eating the cost and moving along with it. They saw how big the costs were getting and how much of their GPU allocation was being used for a $200 tier that was costing the money, and that it was harder to serve users on things like the API because more and more GPUs were needed for the Claude Code stuff. So they wanted to restrict how aggressively you could use Claude Code in hopes of reserving more of their compute for traditional users. And also, those traditional users probably pay a lot more per token than the Claude Code users do. But now we're at point 3, the last thing they can do to improve the reliability problems of their services by getting more allocation, more availability for requests, which is efficiency. If they are able to make things more efficient, so a request can be resolved in 15 seconds instead of 25 seconds, that effectively increases their capacity. And if they find ways to use less memory and less resources and respond to requests faster, every one of those improvements, even like a 1% improvement in response time, enables more capacity because now GPUs get freed up faster. So they're always looking for ways to improve the efficiency. The difference between Anthropic doing this and other labs doing this is that most other labs will announce something alongside it. Like when OpenAI made O3 way more efficient, they knocked the price down by like 80%. When they made GPT-4 more efficient, they put it out as a new model called GPT-4o. When Anthropic makes things more efficient, they just get more margin. They don't really talk about or disclose those types of things. They don't come out and say, hey, we made this faster. They just quietly ride the wave of how much more money they are saving. Because if the GPU did actually cost, because if the cost for them was actually $15 per million tokens out, and they find a way to reduce the cost by 40%, they don't change the price because Anthropic never lowers prices. They just don't. They will give small discounts if you agree to spend enough money. They were trying to get us to agree if we spent minimum $20K a month and signed a contract that we would pay them $20K a month for 3 months, that they would give us a 5% discount on that $20K. If we would spend more than that, we wouldn't get a discount on the greater amount. We would only get 5% off for those $20K commitments. And if we go under at any moment, we're screwed. Because if it turns out 1 month we only need a $15K, but we had the $20K contract, we just burned $5,000. We just lit it on fire. So at all times, Anthropic is firing on all 3 of these. They're doing everything they can to get more GPUs, more compute, more allocation. They're trying to find ways to limit access to reduce how much abuse the platform is getting and how much more availability they can make ready for API use cases and for their research cases. And they're trying to make things more efficient so that they can get more done per second and have more compute available as a result. And now we get into the fun partnerships side. This is the part where we talk about how to solve this problem as a developer. I thought this would mention the Anthropic thing on the page. I do not find it anywhere when I command F. Here we are. This is on the AWS compute and specifically their AI chips area because they're building their own because they're building their own chips for doing AI stuff faster. At Anthropic, millions of people rely on Claude daily for their work. We're announcing 2 major advances with AWS. First, a new latency-optimized version of Claude 3.5 Haiku, which runs 60% faster on Trainium 2 via Amazon Bedrock. And second, Project Rainier, a new cluster with hundreds of thousands of Trainium 2 chips delivering hundreds of exaflops, over 5 times the size of our previous cluster. Project Rainier will help us power both our research and our next generation of scaling. For our customers, this means more intelligence, lower prices, and faster speeds. We have not seen any of those results just yet, and this was in the Claude 3.5 Haiku era, but you get the idea. Anthropic models aren't just available on AWS. If we go to OpenRouter, you can take a look at any of the models. We'll just click Sonnet 4, and there are a few different places that it can be hosted. You might be confused because you can't just download the weights for Anthropic models. They're not open weight. Why can it be used elsewhere? They formed strategic partnerships with various clouds to allow you to host Anthropic models in that cloud. So if you're already a Google Cloud customer or an AWS customer, and you need the ability to run this model in your own cloud with your own infra, your own billing, your own privacy rules, your own everything, this lets you do it. And the reason Anthropic made these partnerships was a combination of not having enough infra to serve these people, and more importantly, they needed a way to let people use the infra in their cloud as they would like to do. I would argue this is one of the many strategic decisions that Anthropic made that resulted in them being the choice of, or I'd argue this is one of the many strategic decisions Anthropic made that resulted them in being the model collection of choice for Claude for developers and professional use cases, because you could put it in AWS, you could put it in Google Cloud, it worked well with devs, it worked well for code, it handled tool calling really well. All of these things led to Anthropic models being well liked by us as developers and by companies. So we have Google Vertex Global, Google Vertex Europe, and Amazon Bedrock, alongside, of course, the official Anthropic APIs. Interestingly, though, it does seem as though the uptime on Bedrock is currently garbage. I would not have guessed. That is kind of scary to see. But if we look at the uptime for Google Vertex, for example, 99.75%, the global is 99.76%. If we look at Anthropic, 96.35%, 1.9 of uptime. Do you understand? When you use something like OpenRouter and you don't bring your own keys, it will auto route you to whatever they're seeing is the most likely to respond at a given time. And the costs for these different providers are the same because Anthropic enforces that the providers they work with charge the same amount as they do. It's part of their policy. So each of these costs the same. Some of them respond way faster, like Google Vertex responds almost 0.6 seconds faster than Anthropic. That's like a 20% reduction in response time to first token, and the throughput is roughly the same. There are moments where Anthropic is slower. There are models where Google Vertex is slower, like we have right now, but it does vary quite a bit. Also, Bedrock's usually quite a bit faster at 90 TPS. I have no idea what's going on with their uptime, though. If you are relying on Anthropic models, in my opinion, you should not be relying on Anthropic's infra. Anthropic has proven time and time again that their infrastructure is not reliable enough for real-world use cases. It is quite frustrating and annoying. If you want to use their models, I would highly recommend using a layer like OpenRouter to make sure your traffic is routed to a place where it will actually get a response. It really sucks to have your error rates on your service suddenly spike to 100% because you happen to be in one of those windows where Anthropic's infra just goes down because they're not very good at building infra. I don't know if they're vibe coding or what, but it regularly goes down, and they have allocation issues where they don't have enough GPUs for the request coming in. Something like this will make it way easier to avoid that. This is why I love the OpenRouter guys. This is why I work with them so closely. They're not paying me. I'm not paying them. No money is exchanged hands. No equity is exchanged hands. I just fuck with what they're doing. And if you've been asking us for an API for T3 chat, what you're asking for is actually OpenRouter. And if you wonder how they make money, which I can understand why you would, they make deals with all of these other companies. So I mentioned earlier, I could get a 5% discount on Anthropic spend because, or like I mentioned earlier, if I commit enough money to Anthropic, I can get up to a 5% discount. They can get a slightly better discount because they're doing millions of tokens through these things any given second. On a given day, they can do upwards of 110 billion tokens going through Claude Sonnet 4 alone. That is insane. That is unfathomably insane. That means they can get pretty good discounts. And since they get a discount of probably 8 to 10%, that's their margin. You pay normal price, they pay a slight discounted price, they take the profit. That's how they make money. It's a reasonable model. I'm happy with it overall. If you do end up bringing your own keys, so the billing is going through that instead, they take a percentage off instead. They have a 5% fee when you add credit, but more importantly, if you bring your own key, there's a fee of 5% when the same model provider you would normally use would cost on OpenRouter. So you're paying 5% markup on the inference that you're doing if you bring your own key. But the benefit there is you don't have to worry about it going down because it's rotating between the different providers. So let me actually reopen that. I find this all hilarious for a handful of reasons. First off, there was all the drama earlier where Anthropic was trying to cut off OpenAI and Windsurf from access to their models. That's particularly funny because if they cut off access, OpenRouter doesn't cut off access, Google doesn't cut off access, AWS doesn't cut off access. They still have access to the models. I lose my point here. They just lose access to the official Anthropic provider, which you shouldn't be using anyways. It's almost amusing to me whenever they kick off a customer from their infra because they're just building awareness for OpenRouter and other providers. Like every time they kick a customer off, they just made one other person aware of the fact that there are other places you can use Anthropic models. It's also funny when there are issues like the thing that we were timelining earlier before I got sidetracked by all of this, which is the awful problems with the quality of the models. Yeah. Did I close the other one that had... Oh, no, I put it here accidentally. So let's go back to our timeline. August 25th, Opus quality fail finally confirmed. August 28th, quality fail probably fixed. And then on the 30th, they finally, for the first time ever, oops, wrong button. And then on August 30th, for the first time ever, they finally confirm there was an issue. And to be clear, people have been complaining about issues with the quality of responses in Anthropic models since all the way back on August 5th. In particular, Claude Code users have been reporting degraded quality from their usage of Claude Code. Remember, they were trying to reduce the cost of Claude Code and get more GPUs available for their training and for the Opus drop. So they clearly were doing some weird stuff in order to reduce how much compute was being used for a given request. There were a lot of theories that varied in quality, people saying that they were quantizing the models, they were deprioritizing traffic from Claude Code at certain hours, all of those types of things. But in the end, probably wasn't any of that. Those things may have resulted in the degradation happening, but I do honestly believe them when they say it was never their intent to make the model dumber. I really don't believe any LLM provider would be willing to do that for so many reasons. That all said, the fact that it went unnoticed for so long is pathetic. And no, I'm not talking about the August 25th to the 30th, although it is pathetic that for 3 days, the model provided was worse for the majority of users, and they didn't even acknowledge it until 2 days after they supposedly fixed it. If that's all this story was, I would have been 50-50 on doing the video. But things got way funnier today. We found and resolved 2 issues that were affecting quality in some Claude responses. We're continuing to monitor for any ongoing quality issues. We're grateful to the detailed community reports that have helped us identify and isolate these bugs. This sounds like the issue we just saw, right? I wouldn't blame you for thinking they were the same. But as they say here, last week we opened an incident to investigate degraded quality in some Claude model responses. That incident that they were investigating was because of the separate Opus bug that we just talked about. And when doing this work, they found even more. They found 2 separate issues that are now resolved. Continuing to monitor for any they're continuing to monitor for ongoing quality issues. But let's look at the timeline for this. A small percentage, notice they don't say the percentage, but a small percentage of Claude Sonnet 4 requests experienced degraded output quality due to a bug from August 5th to September 4th, with the impact increasing from August 29th to September 4th. A fix has been rolled out and the incident has been resolved. Ready for more funny timelines? August 29th to September 4th is when it got worse. You know what else happened around that time? The supposed fix for Opus. So in their attempts to fix the Opus bug, they introduced a worse bug on top of an existing bug that had not yet been found during this timeline. So in their attempts to fix degraded performance between August 25th and 28th in Opus, they caused another bigger performance issue that they had to go investigate, realized it was an exponentially worse version of a bug that they had found before, and finally supposedly went and fixed it. But one really important part here I want to call out is, again, overreading their language. A small percentage of Claude Sonnet 4 requests experience degraded output quality. We could all bicker over what a small percentage is. I hope they mean under 5. Ideally, they'd mean under 1, but they probably mean under 5% for this. A separate bug affected output quality for some Claude, Haiku, and Sonnet 4 requests. Notice they changed from a small percentage to some. They can be sued if they lie, so they aren't lying here. Again, they use whatever language makes it sound as not bad as possible because Anthropic is not interested in transparency. This first issue, since it was a small percentage, they said that. And then this issue, as well as the Opus issue that we discussed earlier, were not small issues. As such, they were not called that. And also here, with the impact increasing from August 29th to September 4th, they don't say how much it increased. And the comma here is also very strategic because a small percentage was August 5th to September 4th, but the impact increased August 29th to September 4th. I know I'm overreading the language, but they're giving us fucking nothing to work with. Just again, for comparison, I got into shit because GPT-5 was not providing the quality of experience I discussed in my video. It seems like since then people have realized, for better or worse, I was right. GPT-5 is a really fucking good model, especially for code stuff. But at this moment, they didn't. The big part of why were weird bugs and outages on the GPT-5 implementation on ChatGPT. Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, comes out and says publicly, GPT-5 will seem smarter starting today. Yesterday, the auto switcher broke and was out of commission for a chunk of the day, and the result was GPT-5 seemed way dumber. Also, we're making some interventions to how the decision boundary works that should help you get the right model more often. You understand the difference here. Talk all the shit you want about OpenAI not being open. They are weirdly transparent. I have never felt like there was some important information OpenAI had that I didn't, that I couldn't get by just asking one of the people I know there, or even just replying to Sam on Twitter. It's a different world of transparency. Yesterday, the auto switcher broke and was out of commission for a chunk of the day. The result was that GPT-5 seemed way dumber. This isn't saying a small or big percentage of users. This is saying for a portion of the day, a meaningful chunk, all users had a worse experience. No lack of clarity here. If you want the exact timelines, I'm pretty sure they put those on the status page, but they aren't hiding much here. They're telling you what broke, and the result, which is everything seems dumber. Again, for comparison, the only comms we've gotten from Claude are, we found and resolved 2 issues that affected quality in some Claude responses. We're continuing to monitor. And then in the official status, getting as vague as possible. So if you want to give me shit for overreading where they place the comma in a sentence, you better give them 10 times more shit for not actually disclosing what the fuck is happening. If Anthropic is going to keep doing the stuff that they're doing, or if Anthropic wants to maintain their perception as the developer-friendly, business-friendly, and well-aligned agentic model tooling company, building great models, great tools, and inventing the standards that we're going to build all this AI stuff on, they better start acting like it. Because the level of, because they are just so opaque right now, for no good reason. There is no benefit to not disclosing this information, except for one. I will give them the negative. because I've experienced it myself. Remember the post I brought up earlier where I talked about T3 chat's downtime? To this day, we get nonstop shit to this day, we still get nonstop shit from random haters saying, why would I use T3 chat? It's down all the time and you never stop changing databases. I'm going to use something more reliable. Something more reliable like the providers that have less than 2 nines of uptime. Something more reliable like a website that just literally couldn't generate responses for hours a few days ago. Just to be harsh on OpenAI as well, they made a big oopsie not long ago. I've been doing more market research on ChatGPT, and I've had an interesting experience. I was trying to edit a message in ChatGPT, and this is what happened when I tried. I clicked the edit button because it didn't send a response for some reason, and when I did, that all disappeared. And I couldn't get it back. I tried refreshing. It gave me this UI, and it had an empty response showing the buttons for the response, but it didn't work. So I tried again with a new thread, and I got thought for 52 seconds, thought for 16 seconds. Nothing. The response just didn't show no matter what I did. And my personal favorite was this, where I had regenerated 3 times. So I had 1, 2, 3 responses here. I hate this UX, why we don't have it in T3 chat, but this is where it gets funny. So 2 out of 3, thought for 20 seconds, nothing. I click to the right, 3 out of 3, literally nothing. Left, thought for 20 seconds, nothing. And then 1 out of 3 is so broken it doesn't even show. So these are 3 separate broken empty states. 1 breaks the UI, 2 says thought and shows nothing, 3 shows nothing but still has the buttons. Absolutely hilarious. What an outage. That all said, OpenAI owned the absolute shit out of it. ChatGPT not displaying responses. I did see something on Twitter about this, but they're not hiding how bad it is. I wouldn't call this a partial outage because it was absolutely not working on ChatGPT. But very clear timeline, start to finish, when this started, when this ended. Not too long, and actually that's pretty long. Going from 1:10 a.m. to 2:51 a.m., like 2 hours of responses not showing is kind of pathetic. I will give that to them. This happens with every provider, is the main point I want to make here. Nobody does this perfectly. So you have to own it and be transparent and communicate what went wrong and what's happening in order for this to improve. I actually do have a theory on what happened on this one. Anthropic just made a change, or OpenAI just made a change like literally the last 2 days that is likely related to this. Remember earlier when I did the refresh test on Anthropic and it immediately broke the site? That used to happen on ChatGPT. I am now generating adventive code in 5 languages. I just refreshed. It still has to flush and like generate the response token by token because it's replaying the token history, but you can refresh while it's generating and it works pretty well. Pretty cool to see. Definitely haven't seen any other chat app that has that built in. Absolutely not. Never seen that type of behavior before at all. Notice how ours doesn't generate to the point. It flashes in and then generates going forward. We put a lot of work into how we built this. Case in point, or point being, they now handle this. But in order to handle this, you have to fundamentally change how you're rendering responses in your UI. You can't just change where the data comes from and expect this to work. You have to make meaningful changes to how the data comes in, how it is processed, and how it is rendered. And my guess is they had an AB like feature flag they had put in to start introducing the new resumable stream stuff. And that broke how response is rendered, which got pushed out. Some API change triggered this new feature flag to be hit, and all of a sudden, no responses are showing. I'm almost positive that's what happened there. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. That said, I'm still just guess checking here because they have not been transparent about what went wrong with that beyond the moment it started, the moment it ended. I think someone tweeted about it from them, thankfully, too. Still feels significantly better than what we're getting from Anthropic, which is zero acknowledgement of the problem until it is resolved. There was no notice on the Anthropic website when the outage for these models was occurring. In fact, we were regularly accused of being bots and gaslighting and paid by OpenAI because we noticed the quality of responses was worse. I legitimately had somebody say that I couldn't be trusted when I said that the quality of the model responses was worse because I'm invested in Cursor. What the fuck does that have to do with a single thing here? Cursor is great, or Cursor is very well off if Anthropic does well. If anything, talking shit on Anthropic is hurting my relationship with Cursor and hurting my own chance of getting different partnerships and success. I am talking shit here because I think it's important that we know this. So, yeah, here's my issue. I am so disappointed in Anthropic for just not noticing this first off. What a failure. Failing to notice this entirely is so embarrassing that I would never trust them again. And then after noticing it, only noticing one of the bugs, and when fixing it, causing another worse bug for other models. That is absurd to me, genuinely. And then, most importantly, now that it's resolved, not giving us any detail of what went wrong, what component failed, what were you trying to do, what changes were being made that caused this. I can take them at their word that they aren't trying to make the model dumber. They specifically said here, we'd also like to address a concern we've heard in the community. We never intentionally degrade model quality as a result of demand or other factors. I'm going to write a shitpost with you guys. I want to take Anthropic's word here, but it's genuinely... I want to take Anthropic's word here, but it's genuinely hard to do so. They have offered no transparency into what caused these outages, and they didn't even acknowledge them until days after they were resolved. If you want us to take you at your word, you need to show us what happened. We cannot trust a company that does not disclose why their product didn't work properly for months at a time. And again, to be clear, I do still believe them. Oh, did I typo it? I'll fix that. Sorry. Thank you, chat. No, that's not what I want to do. /Theo. I'm going to delete and repost because that does better than edits do in the algorithm. Paste. Anthropics. Word here. Genuinely hard to do so. They have offered no transparency. What cause again? Yeah. Thank you, chat. So again, mistake one, not noticing. Or I guess, so mistake one is having a degradation of intelligence in your models. Mistake two is somehow not noticing for days at a time that your model's being dumber. Point three is, in your attempts to fix this, making other models even dumber. 4, not disclosing that there was a retake on that. Mistake 4, which is somehow not notice, retake on that. Mistake 4, what was the other? Oh yeah. And then mistake 4, which is not even disclosing this until after the issue is resolved. Genuinely insane that they went through all of this with us, and we think that that's okay. It's really, really funny to me that I did the Anthropic Weird Vibes video and got flamed for it. Like, absolutely flamed for this one. That was our fault. I will be very clear about that. We screwed up with the time we chose to put this out because it was right around the same time GPT-5 stuff happened just because of the chaos of my calendar. And that resulted in a lot of unnecessary controversy that I did not need to put upon myself and my team. Just for reference, a video that people don't like the I was wrong about GPT-5, gets an 87.6% like to dislike. Most videos are in the 95 to 98 range. That tends to be where my videos sit. The Anthropic is Weird Vibes video is my worst ever on the main channel with 68.2% like to dislike. I got flamed hard for this video where I talked about a lot of the things we're talking about today, the weird prioritizations, the lack of transparency, the holier than thou attitude Anthropic has, the prioritization of themselves internally over their services externally. Once again, I stand behind every single fucking word I said in that video. I understand the publication time was bad. I absolutely will take the L there because unlike Anthropic, I'll actually own the things that I did incorrectly and be transparent about the timelines and reasons that those things happened. I screwed up by putting this out because I was on vacation, it was in the queue, and we just posted it without thinking twice. That was a mistake, and unlike Anthropic, I'll own it. Anthropic will tell you something was up, but they won't tell you what. So hopefully in the future, or hopefully in this video even, we won't have so many people hit the dislike button because finally the rest of y'all are starting to see what I have been seeing for a long time now. Anthropic has weird fucking vibes. They prioritize their own ego. They prioritize their ego and their research over putting out something that actually works for humans. They act strange. They do stupid stuff all of the time. And I'm still leaving the door open for us to make amends here. For a while now, I've had Anthropic people offering for me to go to the office and have a sit down with various teams and talk about these things. I do have every intention of taking them up on that, but I would politely request that before that happens, Anthropic take transparency more seriously. I don't like that I have to go to the Anthropic office, sign a bunch of NDAs, have them be honest with me, go back and forth to figure out how much I can and cannot say, and then finally start giving them free brand reputation help. Unless there's a commitment to transparency here. I need them to come out and explain what went wrong here, why it wasn't disclosed earlier, and how they will prevent it going forward if we're going to take them at their word. Because right now, it is very hard to trust Anthropic when they say things. That's all I have to say about the utter chaos that Anthropic has been putting all of their users through. If you want something more reliable, you should check out T3 Chat. That's all I got on this one. Hopefully they don't break my other arm. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That took a bit. We're now done. Thank you all for hanging out. Let's thank all the subs I missed when we did that. We got Mikhail here. Thank you for the 7 months of support. Artem hitting 6 months. Leah, the legend, always good to see you. Hope you're getting some good rest. 28 months now. Peter hitting 4 months. Thank you for the support. Frosted Grandpa, the legend, still the tier 3. 21 months in. Always good to see you, man. Igel here with the 4 months. I'm not sure I'm supposed to pronounce your name. I'm going to call you Gate. Thank you for the tier 1. What do you got for me here? Yeah, the Sea Dream stuff is great. There are some crazy Chinese AV model labs. Like WAN 2.2 is insane. They forgot the lab that just put out the new thing with Foul today. They're really good too. ByteDance is cooking with their stuff lately. They came up with their own whole process for doing image gen that isn't just another diffusion model that's being copied by a lot of people now. Really cool stuff. Yo Clang, or Yo Clag, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate that. I should consider a Nano Banana video. I missed this Artem. This is because the investors in Anthropic are expecting Anthropic to be a one-to-one alternative to OpenAI. And the promise is that they will do just that. Anthropic has no gen audio, video, or image models. Oh, God. I'm so scared. What? Why? Oh, do they have a folder that's feet pics somewhere on this? That's really funny if so. I do not know how anyone found that. Oh, it's in the trash. That's great. That's very clever, actually. They should have done feet pics of the hedgehog. That would have been way funnier. Cool. Is Anthropic still down? Okay, I was down for about an hour. So I filmed the video faster than they got their API and their website back up, which is kind of funny. Mm-hmm. I covered everything I need from all this. Any of those links. Cool. The site's Gatsby. That's hilarious. The low level bit, I haven't watched his yet. We can watch this together really quick because it seems short.
One of the biggest compromises of NPM just happened, and I want to talk about it for a bunch of reasons. One of the reasons being that it's all over now and almost nothing happened. To start, it is important to highlight that the compromise affected all of these packages. Going to the bottom of the list here, you will see some of these packages have hundreds of millions of downloads per week. The one that caught my eye, for example, is the debug package. The reason why it caught my eye is because the debug package is a package with 55,000 dependents, meaning when you download the package and you resolve their dependency graph, you will pull in this package. Now, what happened to allow this compromise to take place? Well, unfortunately, this gentleman Quicks, Josh Junin, just a regular guy who contributes to NPM packages, received this seemingly inconspicuous email. "Hey there," it would have said Quicks. "As a part of our ongoing commitment to account security, we are requesting that all users update their 2FA credentials." And I'm a security guy. That sounds great. Yes, please go update your 2FA credentials. But in doing this, you click on the link, you go to some login page. It looks very normal and innocuous and not very scary. But underneath the hood, you will see that this came from not npm.com, but instead npmjs.help, which if you're tired and maybe you're just not reading this too quickly, not paying attention, is not the legitimate NPM maintainer. And so because of this, when you log into this page, your credentials get stolen, and ultimately, this kind of thing happens. Now, to Quicks' credit, he went to every repo on GitHub that had issues about this, that saw that there were compromises, and told the story like, "Hey man, I have access and I'm getting emails about all of these packages. Here is the timeline of what happened," and being very transparent and trying to fix this. So the question for a lot of people, I think, is like, how does an NPM package compromise affect an end user, right? Well, one instance of this that I saw happening is, someone found a copy of the Chalk repo that had been compromised, right? And this is the Chalk index with malware.js, because at the time of this recording, the Chalk repo has been fixed. And if you're scrolling through this, you don't actually see really anything too scary. You're like, oh, this is like what Chalk does. It's a template repo. You have your factory, object, abstract, interface refactories, right? All this stuff. But there is this one little line here, a single line, line 11, that if you take it and you go to the raw view of the file, when it wraps all the lines together, because this is one single line of JavaScript, you see this. And this, if you're not in the security world, is a heavily obfuscated line of JavaScript, right? So you look at these, you see all of these like hex numbers. They're trying to make it so that you, the reader, can't understand the intent of the code by not using English terms or programmer words to know what's going on in the code. Now, unfortunately, there are de-obfuscation. So the act of doing this is obfuscation. De-obfuscation is the act of taking this stuff and converting it back to human readable-ish code, right? Now, the de-obfuscators can't like infer the intent of a label for a variable, so it's going to do its best job, not perfect, but it can get it to a more readable state. And again, I didn't do all this reverse engineering, right? I read a few articles that told me the intent of this code, but like the deobfuscator did pull all of these strings out of the code. And effectively what's going on inside of this malware is it's inserting these things called hooks. The idea of hooking is this very common, it's very common pattern in malware. And again, I've written a very silly, very simple example in C that kind of gets the point across, right? So let's say, for example, I wanted to hook malloc. I wanted to have a function that when I call malloc, instead it calls my function, does something evil, but impersonates the malloc call, right? Malloc being the heap allocator call in C. What you do is you write a function that has the same interface as the original function, and malloc just takes a size t, and then you call the original function on the inside, and then set that function equal to your fake function. Obviously, labels like this are read-only in C, so you can't do this exactly like this, but this is the idea of a hook. And so what's happening in the JavaScript version of the hook is it's literally replacing all of the APIs in the browser with its own malicious version of the APIs. And what APIs is it hooking? It's hooking window.ethereum, which is the Ethereum, literally the cryptocurrency interface in the browser, as well as the XML HTTP request interfaces, right? So the one for open and the one for send, it's setting its own function to handle these, right? And it's using the .apply functionality in JavaScript, which basically runs the original function with its own arguments, right? Very neat kind of JavaScript hooking tactic here. Now, what it actually does under the hood is really interesting for the XML case. All it's doing here is taking any string that looks like it could be a cryptocurrency destination wallet and replacing it with one of the known good wallets, right? And so what this effectively is a hash table where they take the hash, I'm assuming, of the original wallet address and then look up one of their attacker-controlled addresses and just literally replace the contents of the destination address in the wallet with their own address. And yes, of course, today's video is sponsored by me, yours truly. Guys, I honestly believe that if you want to be a good programmer or a good cybersecurity analyst, you have to know how computers work at the fundamental level. And in my opinion, the best way to learn how the computers work is to learn a language like C or learn a language like assembly. Now, on the Level Academy, I have courses that do just that. In Zero to Hero C Programmer, we go through and learn the entire C language. And at the end of the course, you make your own little employee database project. And we've recently added a feature where you can go and as
He wouldn't let me audit the code for this website. I really wanted to. The little things I saw, because he accidentally, let's just say I got his source maps at a point for a reason. And there are at least 7 instances of his own implementation of React Query in the code base when I first checked it.
you're making commits to your project on GitHub, it will automatically run tests for you and test to see if you've passed the project. And then eventually, if you complete all the modules in the course, you get this cool little certificate here that if I move my fat head, this QR code can be used to cryptographically verify that it is actually your certificate. And guys, if you put your email address right here on the site, you can get a free 3-day C course sent right to you. You'll learn how to write your first couple lines of C to get your feet wet in the world of low-level programming. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Let's keep going. And so by doing this, they're able to intercept the transactions in the browser for any of the following cryptocurrencies, right? You have Ethereum, the various Bitcoin versions, Litecoin, all the Solanas, and then I think Bitcoin Cash is what this one stands for. It's very interesting stuff. I do want to highlight something very interesting about this attack, by the way. So if you look at the timelines here, right? So this is Quick saying, hey, I got attacked on 8 September at 17:35 Central EST. He then says that it's all resolved, all packages should be back to normal at 23:48. So what is that? Quick math, that is 8 hours, not even, that is, sorry, public YouTube math, that's 6 hours of downtime. And it's not even downtime in the sense that everyone was compromised. Remember, the whole, like, the way that NPM works is all because they push an update to a package does not mean that you're going to get that update. You have to then go into your package lock and change the version you have or do an NPM update, right, or an NPM install. Like, so what's so funny to me about this is there was probably some giant, like, crypto corporation, like Crypto Stealer Corporation or government agency behind this hack. They may have spent hundreds of man hours preparing this and figuring out who are we going to target. Oh, this guy's a maintainer of all of these repos, right? And then they send him the phishing email with their infrastructure set up to get him to log into their page. And then the entire thing is resolved in 6 hours. And what's interesting is this is the exact same timeline, generally, I think it was like more like 2 days, but a similar timeline to the XZ utils backdoor, which was a similar kind of bug where somebody got socially engineered into giving another actor, Jaya Tan, access to the maintenance of libLZMA. And they use this to hook the authentication calls in OpenSSH, which would effectively backdoor. You're able to, by the way, if you're a maintainer of NPM, you're able to set it up so that you can use your Apple fingerprint scanner, by the way, to make it so that it validates you logging into NPM when you're doing pushes. Why they're using Microsoft Edge on an Apple device, I will never understand in this picture, but you can do that. And again, guys, 2FA is an easy way to make yourself safer online, so I highly recommend you do that. So while there are a lot of images out like this, say like billions of downloads affected, right? It's not necessarily true. I don't know how many downloads actually came down with this version of the software. I will say if you are using, pretty much, I would say if you're using any NPM package and you've done development in the last week or so, just go like re-update your code, right? Go re-update your NPM packages so you're using the right version of the code and you kind of flush out any malicious code that's out there. If you are using any kind of crypto stuff, if you're doing crypto transactions, or if you're a crypto trader, I would say go make sure that your wallets are good. Go check to make sure your money is still there, right? Because for all we know, it could have been sent off to one of these random.
Okay, this is good info. I will have this as like a source I link people to in it. Cool. I think I have everything we need. I want to get a bunch of fancy headlines we can use for like the intro of reading off like each one at a time, the classic. Cool. Okay, I think we got everything we need for this. PM hack. I want to start with another YouTuber's video because I'll tell people to leave. NPM hack. Billions of downloads affected. 19 NPM packages compromised in major supply chain hack. Or 19 NPM packages compromised in major supply chain attack. 18 popular packages hacked, rigged to steal crypto. This is literally the biggest supply chain hack ever. What the heck is going on? This seems like a really big deal. Over 2 billion downloads of a package that was malicious trying to steal crypto. This seems like a really big deal, right? Well, it is, but not necessarily for the reasons you might think. If you're worried about all of this money if you're worried about tons of money that's been stolen, it looks like less than 22 cents was actually taken. If you're worried about lots of websites and applications and the packages on your machine being compromised, you don't have too much to worry about here because most of these things were reduced. And if you're worried that you have malicious code on your machine, it is somewhat likely that at some point you might have touched one of these packages, but as long as you do a new npm install or npm update, you'll be good to go because all of these malicious packages were removed from npm in under 8 hours. All of that said, this is really, really scary, and the path that leads to something like this happening is way more worth looking into than the details of what came out as a result of this hack. So if you're just here because you want to see how much money these hackers made, go watch any of the other videos. There's lots of good commentary about what the results of this hack were, but I want to go the other direction. How did we get here? What can we do to prevent it? What's the actual risk profile of things like this? And most importantly, how do we make sure that our applications are safe going forward? I am super excited I'm honestly hyped to break this all down with you guys. That said, I'm not a hacker. I'm not stealing 15 cents from people via NPM, so we got to pay some bills. Quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive in. Okay. So super quick timeline. Again, there are lots of other creators you can go to if you want to go in depth on the details of the actual hack. We want to focus more on the ecosystem, why this can happen, and what will be the concerns we have going forward. First, phishing email sent to big OSS npm maintainer. What's the handle for said maintainer? I wanted to find the username of the person who was attacked. Quicks. The maintainer that the email was sent to was Quicks, Josh Junin. He's a good faith, hardworking open source maintainer that has run and built and contributed to so many different things in the open source JavaScript world, and also works on NPM stuff for a lot of these projects. It is one of the people who helps publish them, which means he has the rights on NPM to publish updates to packages. So a phishing email was sent to him. The phishing email was suggesting that you do a two-factor authentication reset. It's a really common one, and the domain was npmjs.help. This is a pattern I'm seeing more and more, in particular with those .help domains. They're being used for a lot of these types of things. I want to find a funny email really quick. Give me a moment. I recently got a fun email. This email is from alerts@contentreport-x.com, but I do believe somewhere in here, I thought they used a help at. I guess I was wrong about that. This is a DMCA notification for the T3 Chat Twitter account. We've received notification that a post you shared on X may contain material that's not fully licensed or otherwise restricted. This content may not be fully compliant with X's terms of service and community guidelines, particularly regarding intellectual property. You get the idea. Obviously, this is a copywritten image where I am violating copyright on the T3 chat account that I don't even run. This is just to legal@t3.chat, which isn't even a real email. We just have a catch-all. And there's a submit appeal button, which goes to cdn.ampproject.org. I wonder where that comes from. What happened here is a generated email. There is some bot that scrapes Twitter accounts looking for ones that look like companies that have a domain in their little website box. They find the most recent media post. They generate this fake DMCA notification email. They send it to legal at whatever that website is, hoping that somebody there clicks this button, fills out the info, and now your Twitter account is compromised. You might think that this only happens to dumb people. I was about to screenshot this and send it to the team saying, LOL, look what they're trying to DMCA. I know better than to click links in email, and I also am very, very familiar with phishing. I've been running things with lots of users that phishing scammers want access to for most of my life at this point. So I've been through it with these, and even then, I almost was got, not by it, I would never have clicked the link, but I did very momentarily believe this was a real DMCA notification. It's surprisingly easy to do this, both because most email clients obfuscate the email address things came from a little too aggressively, but more importantly, because making an email template that looks good is so hard to do that real companies don't. This looks like a more legit email than the ones I actually get from Twitter. We're at the point now where phishing emails are better looking and more real looking than actual emails from providers. I still get plain text emails with broken hyperlinks on official Gmail comms for a bunch of stuff, from Google directly. So Google's emails are, you never know when you get an email from Google if it's phishing or not. I've had official things that they were obviously phishing, and I've had things that were obviously phishing that looked way more realistic. So don't go at any one person for getting phished. Do your best to check every link before you click it and to check the sent from address for every email before you do anything. Email verification is an absolute mess, and you need to do due diligence before you ever click on or sign into anything. This is also one of the things I really like 1Password for, because 1Password as an extension won't sign into credits for one site on a different site. So if you have credentials for x.com and you try to sign into help-x.help or something, it will give you a warning that it is a different site and it won't let you do it by default. So thankfully, tools like that help, but it's still not enough. You still need Tufa, you still need other things. So in the defense of Quix, there have been many people that are even smarter and more successful than either him nor I that have been hit by these types of things. The Linus Media Group for LTT, you guys all know Linus, they have been hit multiple times with things like this, simply because it's so common. When you get all of these emails and you have to worry about your accounts being taken down if you don't respond to a DMCA notice fast enough, You don't think as rationally, you go do it, and then the thing's down. Very real problem. So they sent this to him. They got access to his NPM account. And then the most important piece, they added malicious obfuscated JavaScript to every package he had access to with a minor version update. Sorry, it was a patch version update, if I recall. They sent the phishing email, they got access to his NPM account, and then they added this malicious JavaScript to every package he had access to with a patch version. Clearly automated, like they were able to just publish all of those almost instantaneously. There's a lot of speculation that this was a targeted attack, that they specifically went after this guy because they knew he had access to a ton of packages and wanted to hit him specifically. The nature of how automated step 3 was suggests otherwise. My honest guess is that they have a bot that just hunts through GitHub, or my honest guess is they have a bot that hunts through NPM looking for packages that are popular, checks the GitHub, checks who's contributing, tries to find an email address through Git commits and whatnot, and then spams them with generated emails like this in hopes one of them clicks it. And as soon as they get a notification on their side, they have credentials to an NPM account, they immediately go in and run their script that pushes all these malicious updates. Almost certain that is what happened here. Not the targeting of Quix specifically, but Quix being the victim of a general spear phishing campaign that uses NPM data and GitHub to try and find, target, and spam the right people who might have a package that they can hack. And also, to Quix's credit, he has been in every repo for everything that was affected, giving detailed updates and status reports on what went wrong, why it happened, what the timelines are to fix it, and what you can do to protect yourself. So if they're working this hard and we're all going so crazy about this, the impact must have been really bad, right? We'll get there. We need to talk a little bit about NPM itself, though. If somehow you're not familiar with NPM directly, it's the Node Package Manager, which is particularly funny, in particular the Node part, because the vast majority of things that are installed from NPM are not actually used for Node. Think about the packages that you install from Node, or think about the packages that you install from NPM. Obviously, you have backend things like Express, but you also have things like TypeScript, which is more of a compiler and an LSP and a system of tools to turn these files that browsers don't understand into files that browsers do understand. You also have tools like Babel, Webpack, etc., that are compilers that take all the JavaScript in your code base, bundle it, and then make a thing that users can access. But you also have things like React, the thing that most of us use for building our applications nowadays. That comes from NPM. You also have things like React Query, which is a library I use heavily for a lot of my applications. You have lots of different types of libraries. And I want to break these into... Oops. I accidentally command W'd because my hand is too big. I'm going to break these down into 3 types. We have backend Node packages. These will be things like Express, TRPC, the server side, Hano.js, tools like that are meant to be run in Node on a backend. You then have tooling packages. This is things like Babel, TypeScript, etc. There is actually a 4th category, which we'll do in a sec, because we want to talk about front-end packages first. Front-end packages are things that you install via NPM, but you're not shipping the NPM package directly to the user. Funny enough, you're using tools like Babel and Webpack to take all of the packages that your front-end needs and pull those all in and bundle them into that 1 or 2 JS files that gets sent to the client that users actually use and have access to. There is an interesting growing 4th category, which I'll call applications packages. This is stuff like Claude Code. Arguably stuff like Bun, which fits somewhere, or You could also argue this is stuff like bun, which fits somewhere between the tooling packages and the CLIs and applications because it's a thing that you run and execute. There are all of these different types of packages. That said, when most people think of a package on NPM, they're thinking of this. They are thinking of a front-end package. Sometimes they talk about these. Sometimes we talk about these too, but they're not talked about in terms of packages. They're talked about in terms of tools. So the two things people usually are thinking of and are referring to when they talk about NPM packages are these two parts. So why is this all relevant? We need to talk about the nature of the hack. The way the hack worked was it loaded JavaScript. The way the hack worked was actually pretty clever. It looked for strings that roughly matched the shape of a cryptocurrency address for various different cryptos. And if it saw one, it would swap it out with one of the hundreds that they had hard coded in that looked similar enough, like it had a start and an end that were vaguely similar. So if they swapped it out, you were less likely to notice the address change before hitting send. Honestly, pretty clever. Except for the fact that it only affects front-end packages that are bundled into your application. So the only way this could have affected you is if you were on a website that used an affected package that had since done the update, installed that package, and then had it bundled into the website into the new version of the site shipped with that affected package. That is a surprisingly large number of things that have to happen in a short 8-hour window. I think it's actually 6 hours in order for this to affect you. And that has to happen on a website that is a crypto site that has plain text crypto addresses, which to be frank, most do, that it can then swap out the addresses for and receive these transactions. So what packages were actually affected by this hack? What's the list of relevant packages? We have ANSI styles, which as far as I know is for terminal stuff. Yeah. ANSI styles, very much terminal color package. You have debug, which I don't even know what it does, but I mostly know it as a thing that packages have as a dependency for server-side things. You have chalk, which is for applying colors in the CLI. Supports color, which as far as I know is for checking what colors are supported by the platform you're on in the terminal. Yeah, okay, so we are terminal again. Strip ANSI, also terminal. ANSI regex. Theoretically, you could use other places. That's going to be used in the terminal. Wrap ANSI, we know what that's for. Color convert, you get the idea. The first thing we've hit here that I would actually expect to exist on your front end might be is array-ish. What does that even do? The terms of an object can be used as an array. This could be used in a lot of different places hypothetically. It is quite popular. Here's one that's a little scary then. Slice ANSI, same deal. You get the idea. The vast majority of these things are for use in CLIs. Even supports hyperlinks. That's does the terminal support having a link. And chalk is for terminal colors. So of the 19 packages that were affected, one could reasonably have been included on the front end. The vast majority of the packages that were hit here don't work with the hack that they had built, which once again confirms my hypothesis that Quix wasn't specifically targeted. If this was a plan to go after the 19 packages that this one particular dude had access to, they would have built malicious code that focused on this part, the backend node packages. Things that would have had pre-install scripts that affect your system. Things that, when executed, touch your file system, write files, and do malicious things on your computer. Things that might screw with your DNS and your methods of using the internet, packet sniffing, keyloggers, all those types of things, because they would have access to your computer, not to your DOM. And to be frank, getting access to somebody's computer is almost always a valuable thing. And if they had planned accordingly and went after the backend node packages with a hack specific to the backend node packages, they could have done significantly more damage. But because these hackers are not very good at their jobs and didn't have a hack ready to go for backend focused node packages or tooling focused ones in a similar regard, they were embedding a front end hack that requires certain things like fetch and DOM node access to work. Not only did that mean the hack didn't work for 18 of the 19 packages, it also resulted in people noticing the hack much earlier because they would see an error saying fetch does not exist because they put fetch calls and other similar things for front end in the obfuscated code, which wouldn't be there and not in the environment at all for a lot of backend projects. If you're on an older version of Node, you have no fetch that you can call. So if you install a patch for a package that is meant to run on backend, and you're now getting an error that it can't access fetch, you're going to be curious why you're getting that error. You look into it, you see this weird new thing. All of a sudden, you understand what happened. This is not surprising it got found so much quicker than it's not surprising it got found so much quicker than the Geotan stuff for that reason, because they were using a front-end hack on back-end projects. Where do I want to go with this next? I'm just going to quickly read the Vercel thing, see if there's anything in here that's important. Nothing too big there. Let's look at the other takes that we had. Okay, all these, I want to think a bit more before we go too in on that. Cool. I think that is everything there. Yeah, I want to talk about what we do now. Okay. So hopefully now, what's that? Oh yeah. So do DuckDBs have the same exploit in it? To interfere with crypto coin transactions, but these are all server side stuff, and it was the same thing, right? Yeah. Cool, I'll mention that here then. Also of note is that the same hack hit DuckDB recently, which, as you can guess, is primarily a server-side package. They do have a WASM binding. You would imagine that that's got to be for the browser, right? No, this is so that you can run it on Cloudflare. So DuckDB was affected and was patched reasonably quickly, but it was hit with the exact same malicious code to interfere with crypto coin transactions, which means that there was probably 0 victims of this one because it was on the back end. So it's particularly funny that the code only works for front-end projects that are bundled and have this code getting snuck in so that it can run on a browser. But all of the things they've successfully pwned have been back-end engineers using back-end packages through NPM. This is just luck to an extent because, again, they're not doing a very good job targeting. They're not going after front-end developers. They're going after back-end package maintainers, and they're adding front-end specific code to their packages. I really hope they don't use this as advice to do this better, but they were so close to actually doing something big here, and by sheer incompetence, 100% failed to do such. That said, another hacker can now see how effective the strategy is and absolutely destroy the entirety of the trust in the ecosystem if we don't get better about avoiding these types of things. So what can we do to avoid this? Shut the fuck up, Siri. Okay. Point 1, which is pretty obvious. Check where your emails came from and where they're linking to. The problem with this strategy is that it has a single point of failure, which is the developer who is responsible for your packages. And now with a lot of these packages, there are lots of developers responsible, and many projects have hundreds, if not thousands, of packages involved in their production development. Thankfully, despite all of those facts, this hack didn't become a problem because of the thousands of packages that people have installed on their stuff, the affected packages were here where the code couldn't execute. So lots of projects have a package in them that was affected by this, but very few of the projects were actually affected due to the nature of where those packages went. But if they were going to the right section of their packages, this could have been really, really bad and would have affected a lot of people. So checking your emails helps, but it doesn't help a lot when you have all of these different packages from all of these different places with all of these different contributors, any one of which could be compromised and now ruin the integrity of your application. So how do we work on that? Here's the interesting and important point 2. Make sure you only update packages when you know what the update has. This one's a bit scary, and honestly, I sympathize with the devs who blindly update whenever they get the weird bot update. This one's honestly kind of hard to do in practice. Like, you're not going to go check every dot update of every subdependency. But when Dependabot shows up with a PR saying, bump all of these things by clicking the merge button, a lot of people do that, and that is not necessarily a good thing. Ideally, you should at least check a changelog of where these changes came from. And in that process, you probably would have seen all of the work that, what was the name of the dev? Oh, what's his name? Oxy, I think, was doing to make it clear what had went wrong here. But there's one particular thing we can do that makes this way less likely to happen. Use less packages. Why did I change less to fewer? What the fuck? Trying to be grammar correct. This is the key piece. And if you look at Twitter right now, or you watched other videos by other people who have talked about this, a lot of folks are really focused on this bit. There are far too many packages that far too many of us use that are less than 200 lines of code that are doing simple things. Yes, there are the is-evens of the world. I don't think that is the relevant part here, though. The thing that is much more common, if we again go to the list of all of the packages that were affected, a lot of these packages are convenience things that are annoying to write, like color string to get the right string for an ANSI color, or color name, which turns those ANSI strings into English names so you can go back and forth more easily, or strip ANSI, which strips a bunch of ANSI stuff, or ANSI regex, etc. Is arrayish, getting 73.8 million downloads per week. Most of these packages are probably less than 30 lines of code. They're effectively an annoying to write object with key values to map from one thing to another, and then a basic function that is exported for you to access it. These being packages is nice in the sense of like separation of concerns, clear, concise, and reusable. Like the is-arrayish package is something that this developer probably wrote in 3 different projects, was tired of it, so he made it a package so that he could just have one thing to reference for all of his projects. And is-arrayish hasn't been updated in 7 years, which is actually a pretty good sign this package is, for the most part, safe. But why do we have all of these in our ecosystem? Why is it so common that for a Rust project we have hundreds of packages, and for a JavaScript one we sometimes have thousands? Why do we get here? A combination of us installing packages that solve problems we have, and then those installing packages that solve problems they have, those install packages that solve problems they have, we end up with this crazy graph of dependency hell. And you do not know anywhere near all of those packages if you're building a modern web or even a backend in Rust style app. So how can we avoid this? We have various different theories from various different people that I've been collecting from Twitter. We will start with Bun's take. Bun has fast built-in alternatives for popular NPM packages like strip ANSI, which has bun.strip ANSI, string with, same with Bun, escape HTML, exec A, better SQLite 3. Fewer dependencies is good for supply chain security. This is true. If you are able to reduce the supply chain risk by having fewer packages, in particular, fewer of these really simple packages, that's a good thing. That said, I fundamentally disagree with the idea that this should be built as part of the frameworks or tools that we're using. Introducing more complexity, more pieces, more stuff to something like Bun or something like Go or some standard library might have long-term annoyances that result in things like, if it turns out Bun isn't actually faster than Node for something you're doing, you can't move because you're calling all of these Bun APIs. It's a lock-in method. Or in a language like Go, if their web server has weird edge cases that are annoying you, you basically have to work around them because nobody's putting the work in to make a good alternative because everyone just uses the built-in. So by building solutions in, you're increasing the maintenance burden for the maintainers, you're increasing lock-in for users who might want to switch to other things that have different implementations, you are massively bloating your documentation in the surface area that your system, language, infra, framework, whatever covers, and you are reducing the likelihood that better solutions come out from the community. If a common example of this is like browser standards. A lot of people have said that Chrome should ship with React because every site uses it. React's like 80 kilobytes. If every site shipped with it, we would all be stuck using the same version of React, and a new framework would now be more expensive because React is 0 kilobytes, it's in the browser, everything else is 80 to 200. You're being irresponsible using React, prevents future iteration, and it makes it more likely somebody's on an outdated or broken version of React on any given website. It doesn't make sense to build in a lot of different things, especially weird integrations with other tools like SQLite. I really don't love the idea of Bun itself, like when you npm install Bun as a global, that it includes code for SQLite in that binary. Because now when I take this binary and I ship it up to a server to run the code, even if I'm not using SQLite, that is now included in my bundle. I don't love the idea of including everything in these ways. It's just how I like to think and do things myself. This is the point Jared made that I just don't agree with. When there's a less than 100 line of code NPM package that gets tens of millions of monthly downloads, that's a hint it should perhaps be part of the runtime. So many of those packages are people who aren't good at their jobs, and I do not agree that we should make lives of the maintainers of the languages harder because people don't know how to write the 3 lines of code for is even or is odd. Ugh. The other take I'm seeing in this regard is that we should be checking in our node modules into Git. By doing this, you would guarantee that the specific version of the package and the code that was in that package at that time is now inside of your GitHub repo, guaranteed. And it also increases the cost of adding more dependencies, which is a good thing. There are languages that do this. Languages like Go are aggressive about this. All of your dependencies are bundled as code files in the project. He also said that most code libraries should probably be zero dependency, even if you have to reinvent the wheel a bit. I'm going to do my favorite thing and drop my spicy in-between take that both covers all of these and pisses people off. This is how I recommend using fewer packages. The option as presented by Bun was that these should all be built into the runtime. For the reasons I stated earlier, I do not agree. The obvious solution that we're all thinking is write the solution yourself. And I understand why people are skeptical of this. I understand why many devs don't want to figure out how to do weird ANSI color conversion, and instead of figuring it out, they find this package and just install that instead. Because somebody smarter than me solved the problem, we should just use their solution. There are some problems that are so complex that the package you need to solve it is inherently going to be really annoying. things like TS up, for example, that takes your TypeScript packages or your TypeScript files and turns them into a single executable you can use as a package. TS up is simple in what it does and relatively small, but it's incredibly complex, and good luck, have fun trying to write your own alternative, something like that. But once you've gotten good enough at writing code, you start to get a good gut feel for what is and isn't complex, and you can install packages by trusted sources for the complex things, hope they're not using a bunch of subdependencies that are small and stupid, and then in your own work, when it's something smaller or more easily writable, you can write it yourself. So solution 1, write the solution yourself. Fine. Solution 2, which I think is much more realistic, especially when we're talking about things like what Jamin is here, in particular, in particular, this idea that, how do I want to word this transition actually? Okay. Yeah. So now we have solution 2, which kind of touches on Jared's comment around less than 100 line of code NPM packages. If the package is small enough, I think it's reasonable to just copy the source into your code base directly. I've done this a couple of times in T3 chat. There's a package that was made by some Vercel folks to make it easier to turn a Redis pub sub into an HTTP stream and vice versa that we use for our resumable stream stuff. It's a really useful package with some things I'm not necessarily in love with their implementation. So I go to the GitHub, I grab the code from the package, I paste it in my code base, because in this case, it is a small, simple thing. It's a single file with 80 lines of code. I fix the things I don't like. It now sits in my code base and does exactly what we need to on a package that barely gets updates. If you're going to do this one, I have a couple things I would recommend. Make sure the package is actually small. So not just checking the lines of code, but making sure it's not calling native binaries or things like that, because it might have 8 lines of JS, but then call a native binding that is huge. So do a brief look and see how reasonably big or small the package is. And also take a look at the update throughput. If the package has been getting updates every couple days for years now, you probably shouldn't do this. But if the package, like is arrayish, is 9 lines of code and has not received an update for 7 years, you should just copy the source into your code base. But on the topic of copy-paste, the industry has made significant advancements in our ability as developers to copy-paste at the speed of light. Now we get into everyone's favorite topic that I talk too much about, AI. Specifically, those packages that dumb devs weren't smart enough to make and smart devs weren't, or specifically those small packages that less competent devs weren't capable of writing and more competent devs didn't feel like writing. Those types of packages are ones that are often made into these small one-off tools and use cases. A lot of these sub 100 line of code packages aren't there because the thing is really hard to write. They're there because it's annoying to write. And AI is incredible at writing annoying code. A hill that I am very willing to die on now, I brought this up in a recent vibe coding video, is the idea that if you dislike AI code slop, you have to kind of give up your right to talk shit on things like is even. These are solutions to each other. If you don't like people writing code they don't understand, you should like the fact they can install a package instead. If you don't like devs having all of these different packages, you should like the fact that tools like Cursor, Claude Code, Windsurf, and more make it easier for developers to get the code they don't know how to write, copy paste it into their code base, or just let the AI do it for them and move on with their day. The only way you can hate both of these is if you are choosing to hate the tools instead of hating the fact that a lot of developers just suck. One of my favorite thought exercises is the average rule. Imagine in your head a perfectly average developer. Just think about all the devs you've known in your life. What's the middle? The average dev. A totally normal average dev that fails a bunch of interviews but gets one good chance, can do leak code medium problems with enough time, and doesn't know what's going on in any major ecosystem, like your usual average dev. Two spicy things you have to digest. Thing one is that if you're in this community, your bar for average is too high. Your average dev that you're thinking of right now is better than the real average dev. But thing two, the part that's even harder to accept, is that the average dev is the median dev, the middle dev, which means half of developers are worse than they are. So now that you have the average in your head, accept the fact that half of the people in this industry are worse than them. And even then, there are way more developers who are learning how to code that aren't really in the industry. The tale of capability is really, really, really rough here. The average dev has no idea what the fuck they are doing. I'm not saying the AI does. The AI is not sentient. It is an autocomplete machine. But if there is 9 lines of code that have been shipped around the world 80 billion times, there's a good chance the autocomplete engine can autocomplete that specific code. AI takes those incompetent people that previously would have installed one of those obnoxious packages. It makes it way easier for them to not have to do that. It also makes it easier for somebody like me to, instead of writing the code or going to find the package, seeing how they do it and copy paste it, just type in my editor, -- function to turn ANSI colors into plain text. You know what? Let's try this quickly. I am going to go grab one of these official hacked packages. Let's do color string. Let's take a look at this on NPM quick. This one looks like it might actually be a little bit more complex. Let's take a look at the source code. This one's a few hundred lines, but it also hasn't been changed meaningfully anytime recently. Last published 12 days ago. This might not be the best example. Let's use the isArray-ish one instead. Determines if an object can be used like an array. This one hasn't actually been updated for 7 years. Let's say you need this in your code base. Don't leak things. Cool. Here is the snitch bitch code base. Let's try to get this functionality for ourselves. Export function is array-ish. Cool. Now we have a function that might work for a lot of our cases, but we want to know specifically if an object can be iterated instead. So I'm actually going to delete this, do a comment, checks if an object can be iterated over like an array. Press enter, wait. Okay, array.isArray value or type of value equals object. That doesn't seem quite right. However, Command K, make this work like isArray-ish. There we go. Now we have this function. Let's look at the official source and see how close we got. If no object or type of object is a string, return false. Object instance of array or array is array object or object length greater than 0 or object splice instance of function. Get on property descriptor. Descriptor name is not equal to string. This got most of it. Yeah, this got the majority of the pieces here. That was just using GPT 4.1, by the way, after using autocomplete up until then. Depending on what your use case is for this, many of those implementations along the way might have worked and been even less code, depending on what your actual goal was. And if it didn't, you could have said to the chat on the left here, I need to know if this object can be parsed through and iterated on like an array, make a function that checks it, and it probably would have handled it fine. So a package like this that you might have reached for that has a bunch of checks that you don't actually need won't be installed. Instead, you just have the code in your code base. I have a lot of these types of functions that I write in almost every code base that I'm working on, especially in the web, just things that I reuse over and over again, like a fetcher, where we fetch the URL. If the response isn't okay, we create a new error and we throw it so that I have a version of fetch that can throw. Makes it easier to deal with the success and failure cases when you're trying to do a lot of random work over fetch. Those types of wrappers I have in almost every code base I touch. So having autocomplete capable of generating them, or a agentic tool on the left sidebar that can get me what I want without even having to leave my editor and go find it in the web, is an ergonomic win that solves the problem. There's a thing I think a lot about from our favorite person in gaming, Gabe Newell. A while back, Gabe Newell dropped a legendary quote that has haunted many industries since. Piracy is primarily a service problem, not a pricing problem. It would be easier for many people, a lot of the time, to go pirate a game than it was to pay for it in an easy, simple, reliable way. If you wanted to go find the game online to pay for and play, at the time, there were many different websites that may or may not have it with their own weird DRM and restrictions. I had times where I bought a game on a disc and I would install the cracked exe so that I didn't need the disc to play it, because the checks it would do with the disc and with the internet to make sure I owned the game were just so annoying. And honestly, since Steam came out, I've pretty much entirely stopped even looking at piracy stuff. The only time I ever go to any tracker is when I want to see something early that leaked. I didn't say that. I obviously talking about leaks, the plant, and piracy, the fact that we love pirates here so much are. You get the idea, though. Gabe Newell's quote was that piracy was a result of bad services primarily, and piracy has gone down significantly since things like Spotify existed for music, Steam and Netflix existed for games and video, etc. So why am I bringing this up here? Why do you think Is even exists? Some amount of this is incompetence. Some amount of this is inconvenience. Some amount of this is memes and Google indexing and all of those things. I would make the argument that most of these types of tools and packages exist because of an ergonomic problem. If the language doesn't make it easy enough to solve this with an SDK or a built-in, or if the language doesn't have this built in to their core, what do I want to call this? Like, if a language doesn't have it, if a language doesn't, why can't I talk today at all? Goddamn. If a language is missing a feature in its core library, in its standard library, you'll have to write that code more. If a feature is, if there's a common thing you're mapping between, like object to array and vice versa, you're going to need to go find code to do that. And if your editor and your language don't make it easy enough to write and do this code, you're going to go to your browser and look it up in Google. And once you look it up on Google, the likelihood that you find the package instead of the code is very high. So the ergonomic problem is that the language, the developer, the tool, whatever, make this problem perceived as annoying or hard to solve, or you have to write the code yourself, which is annoying. Some ergonomic failure about the language, the tooling, etc., leads to you leaving your editor and going to the browser, looking for a solution. And when you do that, you find a package as the solution that you then install into your code base and you get back to work. So once the ergonomics of the tools, the language, the capabilities of the developer, etc., hit a certain threshold of, I just call it failure or incompetence, you leave and you go do it with a package instead. So how can we improve the ergonomics of the experience we have as developers where we run into this problem and eventually leave to the browser to go find a solution? You solve it by keeping them from ever having to leave the editor regardless of their capability. If you can keep a dev in the editor when they run into this problem, even if you don't like the fact they don't know how to write the code, and I don't either, I make it a huge point around all the stuff I talk about, that if you're using these AI dev tools to write code you do not understand, you should stop using them and go get better at coding first. Use these tools to write code you understand but don't feel like writing. Or in this case, to rewrite a package or a feature you don't feel like going to the browser to find the package name for, see what the status is, see how it's updated, all of that. So please, if you're really, so to the people who are upset about these types of things, both the small packages that everyone is using and the surface area for exploits and concerns, please accept the fact that AI does actually solve the paths that lead to this in the first place. It's one of the big benefits of these new AI tools. They are so ergonomic that they are easier than the browser, and they're easier than finding a package. Similar to how Steam is easier than pirating a game, that is how we solve the problem. We don't solve it by getting really angry at people. We don't solve it with laws suing people for pirating games or installing packages they shouldn't install. We don't solve it by bitching on Twitter or baking better standard libraries for languages people don't actually use. The solution to this problem is to solve the ergonomics that lead to somebody going to grab a package in the first place. But ergonomics has two sides to it. There is the inconvenience that leads to you going to do the thing, but then there's the inconvenience of going and doing the thing. Leaving your editor for the browser is an inconvenience. And here is where my spiciest take comes in. An actual solution to the small package problem. The problem is that installing a package is more ergonomic than writing the code. AI helps reduce the ergonomic cost of getting the code in your code base, but that's only one side of it. We need to increase the ergonomic cost of going out to the browser and installing this npm package. This was touched on by Jamin with his suggestion here, where he says that we should be committing our packages and our node modules because it makes the cost of adding dependencies higher, which is probably a good thing. I agree with the goal here of it should be more expensive to add deps. Not all deps, but certain ones. And here is where my crazy suggestion comes in. Someone should add a lint rule that checks how big a package is, and if it is small enough, throws an error and forces you to add it to the code base instead. Duh. Seems like a really easy fix for a lot of the things we're concerned about here. You could even have it give you a prompt in the error message that says, hey, you installed this package that's actually really simple. You have two options. You can go write this exclude comment somewhere that we check before we throw this hard error, or you can copy paste the specific prompt into your AI editor that you're probably using. Like, let's be real. If you're installing is even, you're using some agentic coding solution. So give me the prompt. I can copy paste into my text editor that will let me automatically both remove the package so it's gone and copy paste the code that I need into the editor and into my project so I don't need a package to do the thing. It would be very easy to have this lint rule check how many lines of code are in the package, and potentially even check how recently the package was updated. Although chat is making some very valid points here that I do want to address. This would only be for direct dependencies though, right? Not some dependency 12 levels down. Yes, absolutely would be the case. The risk here is for when you bump the packages. I would be surprised if any higher level deps did a package bump and a publish that resulted in the types of exploits we're concerned about here. All of that said, a culture shift to everyone using a lint rule like this, in particular, package maintainers using a rule like this, would be a pretty big net positive for the entirety of the web dev ecosystem, because that change would almost instantaneously result in many of those packages having way fewer subdepths that have problems like this. So yes, whatever the lowest point in the chain is that is installing all of these subdepths, that should be the piece where this lint rule is actively enforced. But I see no reason that someone couldn't make this and apply it to lots of different projects at all of these different levels, and maybe even throw a warning if you install a package that has a lot of dependencies that doesn't use this lint rule. There's a huge opportunity for general linting and auditing tools to prevent these types of things, but the key here is to both make it easier to do the right thing, which is have the code in your code base, and harder to do the wrong thing, which is installing a dependency so you don't have the simple code in your code base. So these tools should make it easier to go write that code or provide that code or automatically generate that code, but also harder to put yourself in a position that will cause this all to happen in the first place. And now for the inevitable thing I know will happen with me dropping these takes. I do not like to say AI can solve every problem. I am not that type at all. I like AI for the things it can solve, but I am very much, nowadays especially, kind of in the middle of the AI thing. I find it way more useful than a lot of the anti-AI developer shitposters that haven't shipped anything in years, but I find it much less useful than the people who were DevRels before that couldn't get a real job at engineering that now just shill AI all day because they never knew how to code in the first place. I am somewhere between the two, where there's a lot of work I don't feel like doing, that AI makes it easier, but just the fact that I believe that, and I see a use case for it here, is enough that people will write off the stake entirely of course, Theo thinks that safety can be solved with AI, or of course, Theo thinks more packages and more lint rules will magically solve the problem. Yes, because I live in this fucking ecosystem, unlike almost everybody else who's commentating on this. The vast majority of the commentary I saw, none of which was included here by me, because I don't want to include this type of commentary, has come from people that are not part of this ecosystem, that do not understand the developers who cause these things, who do not understand the paths that lead to them, saying this happens because JavaScript is bad. We should fix JavaScript. No. We should fix the tooling that leads to developers doing these types of things. Hopefully, my take on this is actually useful here. I'm sorry that I didn't do a 5-minute video doing a quick Fireship-style overview of a thing that Fireship already covered. I wanted to talk about the actual things that led to this, the dynamics of NPM that prevented this from being risky, and most importantly, what we can actually do as developers to prevent things like this going forward. I hope this was helpful. Let me know if it wasn't. And until next time, please do not install a package to check if a number is even. That's 2. It's even. I promise. Very funny. Very interesting. That'll be fun for me to read later. I did see that they're doing Windows and Linux. I'm very excited about that. My video about browsers is going to come out soon. University of Florida AI team loves my videos. That's really cool to hear. Thanks, NC, for sharing that with us. Appreciate that a ton. Also missed the community gift sub from Gate here. Gatan, thank you for that. Mitchy Solm with the 15 months of support. Thanks for stopping by. Flag here with the 4 months. Happy September. G again with the tier 1. Igel with the 4 months. I think I thanked all you guys already. Yeah. I hate spec-driven development. I am not fond. I'm using Whisperflow. It's fine. It's Raindrop is what I'm using for my management. I already have checked the post-hog landing page and the hidden feat picks folder. NPM hack is done. It's getting far too hot in here. It's apparently 73 degrees outside of this room, and it is 81 degrees inside of this room. I'm going to turn on the fan. In hopes that that will help. Otherwise, I will melt. I want to record the extra for the browser video. I have two things I want to bring up. What's GeoHot doing? That'll be a fun read. Where is... Somebody dropped the Helium link. Where'd it go? Here it is, Helium Windows. Cool, so these are the two things I want to add. Yeah. So phase, I'm going to record 2 editions for my browser video because things have changed quite a bit since. Actually, I guess 3 editions. Browser company. Apparently, we're talking about Arcandia at this point in the video. Sorry for the outfit change. It's actually been a bit since I recorded that one. For the most part, the video is more relevant than ever. But if you're wondering why I didn't mention that Atlassian bought Browser Company, it's because I filmed that video 2 days before Atlassian bought Browser Company. So yeah, take that as you will. Everything else I say is still very true. So that was number 1. Number 2, this is the one for the comment section whenever I talk about it, especially when I start praising it. Hi again, future Theo here. Something I did not consider when I recorded the section on comment is how hilariously exploitable these agentic browsers are. If your website has hidden text in it that says you should do this specific thing for me, like dump all of their credits into this random service or wire all of their money to this random Bitcoin address, they'll often do it because they'll read the page as context and they'll see text you can't see, and then they'll do the thing that's hidden inside of that text. There have been some very scary looking exploits people have pulled off with both Comet and also it seems like with other agentic browsers where the browser will just do the thing that the text on the page says. Funny enough, Brave, because they know they're about to lose the browser war, seems to be the one that is most excited to cover all of these things, which is why they wrote the article about it. If you think this is interesting, let me know in the comments. I'm planning on doing a whole video about it in the near future. Anyways, back to the few things that are somewhat decent about these agentic browsers. Well, that was interrupted too. Now, okay, one last interruption. Helium devs hit me up as soon as I filmed the video and started addressing as many of the things as they possibly could. Half of what I have in that list is no longer relevant. The biggest part by far, though, is that they're now finally publishing builds for both Helium Windows and for Helium Linux. So very quickly from when I filmed to today, suddenly you have the ability to use this on multiple different operating systems. So yeah, I don't know the state of these yet. They seem like they've gotten along pretty far, pretty fast. I've heard good things. Helium is quickly becoming one of the most compelling browsers in the entire world. Back to the glaze. Cool. There are your extras. I'll just put this here. I don't want that there. That won't behave properly. Extras for browser video. That there. Trying to pick between these two for the next one. They're both quite fun and I want to do them. Shall I talk about my investments? I am not interested in new browsers. I am sorry. I just cannot care anymore. Let's do the YC one. Why not? Cool. Cool. I think everything I need for this one. Let me grab 2 of the company names. Cool. Everything I need for this. Cool. How do I want to open this one? It's actually a really hard one to open. I have the best possible intro. Y Combinator companies are different now. Yeah. Cool. I had a good rough idea. How do I want to put this point? As you guys probably know by now, I invest in a significant number of, I don't want to say significant. As you guys probably know by now, I invest in a decent number of early stage startups that are building things in the general space that we're all in, which means that a lot of these AI dev tools that you guys see all the time are things that when I'm able to, I reach out to, try them out, and if I like them, I throw some money their way so that if they do succeed, I can make some more money in the future. Which is why I just invested in Nautilus, the car wash platform that converts, captures, and keeps members. What else did I invest in this batch? Co-Create, professional first tooling for faster, smarter, better video edits. These aren't developer tools. What's going on? Where did I even find these companies? Well, turns out I'm finding them from Y Combinator because I was a Y Combinator founder myself back in winter of 22 before I was actually taking YouTube very seriously. I went from a Y Combinator hater. I went from one of the biggest Y Combinator haters to somebody who saw a lot of the value in it to slowly really, really liking the team, the vibes, and most of what goes on over there. Joining YC is one of the best things I ever did for myself, my company, my YouTube channel, and now my overall portfolio. It has been awesome for me in almost every single measurable way. So why the hell am I investing in a car wash company? I'm sure there was lots of other dev tools and things in this batch, right? Well, that's what we're here to talk about today. There's a lot of stereotypes about YC and also about investors, both like myself and ones that are very different from me, about how we think about making new companies. In particular, this idea that AI is the future and all of these businesses should be shoving AI into everything if they want to make a lot of money and raise a lot of money. But things changed a lot with this most recent batch. There has been a significant vibe shift that I am very excited to talk about with you guys because a lot of your assumptions about YC companies are correct. A lot aren't correct, But most importantly, a lot of the assumptions that both you and I have changed meaningfully, especially with this most recent summer 2025 batch. I can't wait to tell you more about what I see is changing here and how it's going to affect the, hopefully, entirety of our industry, especially because I want to make some money here. But if you know anything about early stage investments, you know they take 5 to 10 years to pay out, and I've only been doing this for 2, so my bank account's running a little bit dry. Quick break for a sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. So before we can go too far, I want to give a brief, what is YC? Because I'm sure some people watching this aren't familiar. They probably even think, and I've seen this enough times, that YC and VC are the same thing. And VC equals venture capital. It is one of the many ways that people can invest money in hopes of getting more company. It's one of the many ways people can invest money in hopes of getting back more money in the future. Venture capital is different from traditional investing because you have to put in a lot more money, you're taking a lot more risk, the potential upside is much higher, but your ability to get the cash back and your overall liquidity is much lower. When you invest in a company that is early stage, you are effectively handing them money to either get equity or for a promise of future equity that you cannot do anything with until a certain amount of time has passed and a certain number of things have happened. If I own half of some really successful company and they haven't IPO'd yet, I can't do anything with that stock. I'm just sitting on it. It doesn't matter how valuable they hypothetically are if I can't do anything with the stock. Whereas if I go invest a bunch of money into NVIDIA and they jump 70%, I can just sell it and I have my cash back in a few minutes. That's the difference between venture capital that's the big difference between venture capital style company investment versus traditional stock purchasing, is you have given up all of your ability to sell. And if the company starts going down instead of up, you can't do anything about it. You're along for the ride, which is why there are such strict rules about who can and can't invest in early stage startups. It's a method of protecting people, because if you don't make enough money, you don't have enough assets, and you invest a bunch of money in these startups and they start failing, you can't get your money back. It is incredibly rare for any of these early stage startups to give money back to an investor outside of failing and emptying their bank account as they go bankrupt. Very, very uncommon for people to get their money back. But then if it does go well, and you invested in a company when they were worth 20 mil and it turns out they're 20 bill, you're doing pretty well. So that's what venture capital is. So what the hell is YC? YC is Y Combinator. Y Combinator is kind of like a boot camp for early stage startups. It was built by Paul Graham back in the day, and it is still run actively in San Francisco. Their goal is to help early stage companies, founders, and people who want to build some business get the help they need, peers to run alongside, and then investment both from Y Combinator as well as from other potential VCs to get them accelerated and going so they are most likely to succeed with their business going forward. Most early stage startups fail aggressively. And Y Combinator, through a combination of how picky they are about who they let in and the quality of their whole accelerator process, when you go there in person for 3 months to learn all about startups and how to run them and scale them and get customers and all of that, that process combined with their pickiness results in a really high successful pick rate for these Y Combinator companies. I want to find something on Twitter quick. Important. Here's a post from Gary Tan. I'm very thankful he posted the screenshot during one of the demo day pitches because I would not have permission to share this type of screenshot. But since he has on Twitter, you can tell it's a screenshot because it has the iOS bar on the bottom, and it's also blurry as hell from Zoom. Now I'm actually allowed to talk about this, which is very, very fun. Most venture funds, again, venture capital groups that are investing in early stage companies, over time have had okay returns. Yeah. The returns for investors who invested in early stage companies in 2017 since then The top 10% have had around a 3.5x return over that time. So from 2017 to now, they 3.5x their money. The bottom 25% have only added about 30% of their money through their investments. 2017 was a bit of a bull run with some really successful companies, so a lot of investors, even the worst ones, saw a return there. But 2018 onwards, you'll notice some things. Bottom 25%, is only at about 6% improvement. 2019, 1%. 2020, they're actually down 7% because they're taking losses. 2021, they're down 13% because they've had things go to zero. Because all a startup can do, it's not going to 2x. Most go to zero, and a few 10 to 100x. So your portfolio is primarily composed of companies that failed, with the occasional one that wins that boosts it all up. So how does this compare to YC's numbers for investors that are focusing primarily on investing through YC companies and to YC companies? Investors who have backed at least 3 Y Combinator companies in each demo day batch from 2018 through 2020, the top 10% have 15x'd their money. The bottom 25% have still 3.3x their money. The bottom 25% are doing as well as the top 10% of non-YC focused investors. YC leads the industry. It is the best asset class in venture. These are very, very crazy numbers. That's what I'm trying to do. If you're not familiar with the term unicorn, it means the company reaches $1 billion+ valuation. And historically, each YC batch has an average of a 6.5% unicorn rate. Each investment either becomes a success, in this case unicorn, or it doesn't, and it goes to zero. The average valuation at demo day is around $20 million post-money save. So that's like the value you're investing in. This implies a 50x multiple needed to achieve a $1 billion+ outcome. And here we can analyze the number of startups, the funds available to deploy, how much of the batch can you confidently rule out? So are you good at investing? Can you cut out the bad companies? And you can see what your return looks like depending on how good you are at filtering. Really cool to see these types of charts to figure out these types of things. Oh, they don't tell you what the return is going to look like long term. This is just for calculating how many you should be investing in. Very interesting. This is actually a cool site. I didn't know this existed. I'll be keeping an eye on this in the future. Oh, it's open source too. That's really cool. Good stuff. Point I'm trying to make here in particular is that YC companies have a very high chance of success. And more importantly, if you know about the numbers YC takes, because YC gets 7% of your company and a little bit extra on top through an MFN. We don't need to go in the details of the fundraising, but they get between 7 and 11% of your company. Well, that's a huge amount to take, especially for a less than great amount of money. They only do $500K, and $125K of that is for the 7%. So that's kind of insane. But if you look at the value of the average company that goes through YC versus the ones that don't, you see some crazy things. YC's round sizes are 23% larger. Their valuations are 65.7% higher, and their ARR for when these companies are getting invested, so their actual revenue, is 63% lower. So YC, average round size for a YC company, 3 million, average valuation, 25 million, average ARR, 100K. So 3 mil over 25, you're getting about 10% dilution, a little bit more than that, versus a non-YC company, 2.5 million raised, 15 mil cap, 3x the ARR. So you have to make 3 times more money to raise slightly less money at a significantly lower cap. You're giving up almost double the percentage of your company by not going through YC. From your first round alone, that 7% ends up being worth it. YC is a surprisingly good value for what it is. And that is why Y Combinator has stayed as relevant as they have, and also why they've made many changes throughout. When I did YC, they were doing 2 batches a year. Every winter and every summer, They had a 3-month window where a bunch of companies flew to San Francisco, moved there, and then went through the batch, learned as much as they could about startups, got thrown in front of a ton of investors at the end on a day called Demo Day. And now they get to pitch to these investors what they were building, how much money they're making, and what they need to succeed so they can hopefully get investments in auction style to increase the value of each of those companies so they can go off and hopefully make millions of dollars and become a $1 billion plus company. So previously we had those 2 batches, one every 6 months. That was a 3-month window, and they had 3 months off. Each of those batches had those batches had increasingly large numbers of companies. Like when I was doing it, if I recall, it was in the 300 to 400 company range. Now they've knocked it down a bunch to around 120 to 140 companies. But they also doubled the number of batches. So they do one every 3 months now. Winter, spring, summer, and fall. The summer batch just finished, and the fall batch is just starting now. That introduced a very interesting change. The number of companies being, like, let's say hypothetically, 50,000 companies apply. So we have 50K companies. If we're accepting the top 400 or so, like they did for my batch, I'll knock it to 40K, so it's the top 400. So they take the top 400 of the 40K. That's about a 1% pick rate. YC's pick rates are historically much lower than even the hardest to get into colleges. So this has resulted in problems where a lot of the people who are hunting for the prestige of getting into Harvard end up going ham trying to get into Y Combinator because they've just had their brains rotted with like prestige hunting. Very weirdly common. Not my thing at all. I don't give a fuck about prestige or credentials or any of that. I just want to see what you're doing. So that part's not interesting to me. But the fact that this pick rate is 1% means that they are already cutting out the majority of the options that they had, the majority of the companies that could have went through. And I'm not saying that there aren't good companies in the other 39,600 that applied. In fact, some of the best companies out of the whole 40,000 are going to be rejected. That's a cost they choose to eat because they want to have a good enough filter to increase the likelihood that this 400 is at least one standard deviation better than the overall pile of ones they did not pick. So that was a 1% acceptance rate. But things have changed. 1, more batches. So they're doing multiple batches a year now, 4 instead of 2. Point 2, this one's really important. Number of companies has gone down. Number of companies has gone down. Yeah. The number of companies they're accepting has went down, not up. They're only letting in 120 to 140. But most importantly, one that you might suspect, the number of applications has gone up significantly. There are way more companies applying than ever. I've heard numbers as crazy as like 100,000 companies applying per batch. It's kind of insane how high the application rates have gotten, especially when you consider how low the acceptance rates are. So it went from 400 over, I made up 40K, it's probably like 60, but you went from like a little under 1% to 140 companies over 100,000 apps. Now we're at like 0.14%. We're in an entirely different world. I don't know about you guys, but if there's any quality to their process of picking, which we've seen the numbers there is, if I have the choice to pick between the top 400 of 40,000 or the top 140 of 100,000, there's a very good chance that if you're picking from this set, you're going to do very well. And also, there's a good chance you're picking from this set, you're still going to do pretty damn well. This is fun for a handful of reasons. One of which is to go back to this post. These numbers are based on 2018 to 2020, where the pick rate was much higher. More companies were getting in against a smaller set of applications. If I was to be frank, if the Theo that applied to YC in 2021 that got in for winter 22, the Theo that had recently quit his job at Twitch, had not worked much at other companies beyond a little bit of AWS stuff and Microsoft stuff, didn't have a YouTube or a Twitter that was relevant, was just building tools for creators. It's not that surprising I snuck in here. Twitch as an XYC company, me as a person who can speak well in interviews and write decently well. fight it all you want. Of the types of people who applied to YC at the time, I was within the 1% you would think is most likely to succeed if you know the history of the companies I worked at and you liked the way I talked. It makes sense that people would pick me, especially because our revenue was going pretty fast at the time. I understand why I would end up in that top 2,000 that get interviews and the top 400 who get in. I would not get into YC right now if I was the person I was then. Theo from 2021 would not get into YC now because it is significantly harder to do so, and I was lucky to sneak in the first place. The bar is much higher, and that is a good thing if you like investing. That said, there were problems. There are a lot of stereotypes about VCs, or there's a lot of stereotypes about VCs and also Y Combinator in particular. If we're being real, the vast majority of these companies are basically just ChatGPT wrappers. Not that I would know anything about a ChatGPT wrapper. But there is some depth to this statement that is important to understand. The capability of AI is really cool, especially when applied the right way. But there are also problems. If you don't understand the thing that you're trying to add AI to well, you're going to do some stupid things. Let's take our perspective here as developers. I don't know about you guys, but the first time I really felt the AI being useful was when I don't know about y'all, but for me, AI first really felt useful when I tried Copilot for the first time. I have a whole video of my reaction to, oh my God, Copilot's actually really good. What the hell? I had no idea it was going to be that good, especially that early on back in I think it was 2022. Never would have expected what happened there. Copilot was a really good thing to have introduce us to AI because it wasn't taking anything from us. Copilot would be introduced to the editor that many of us were already using as a thing that just happens, that tab completes as you're writing. It's not taking away the planning process. It's not taking away the reading of the code. It's not taking away the actual working in the code base. It's just auto-completing a little bit of the typing as you write your code to solve your problems. You couldn't even tell it what to do beyond writing a comment in your code and hoping it would use that comment to do the right thing. That was as far as you could go. But by doing it that way, it never felt threatening. It never felt like the AI was trying to replace the things that we do or the things that we like. And we all got introduced in a way that felt like it matched what we wanted and what we were doing. It made the boring parts easier to do, and it didn't get in the way of the fun parts. But most importantly, and I hope this isn't controversial, Copilot was built by developers for developers. Duh, right? Obviously devs built the thing, devs build things, and obviously devs use it. It's a dev tool. There's an important thing here. And yes, it's obvious, the arrows shouldn't be necessary. Copilot was built by developers for developers. Let's make up a company. Let's say there's a company that wants to make AI for flower shops. We'll call it Flow AI, Flowy. We have Flowy, flowers, but we make it easier for flower shops to manage their customers with AI. Now imagine this. Flow AI was built by devs for flower shops. This type of thing was very, very common for us to see. Because Copilot went so well, it seems like adding AI to things that are hard to do is inherently pretty valuable. And as such, one of the most common formats for startups that we were seeing at Y Combinator was Copilot for X. And no, I do not mean X.com. Please stop. I mean X as in a variable for some random thing. Copilot for Thing was the whole brand of, I think, 2 or 3 different Y Combinator patches. The problem was that a lot of the people building this were developers, recent college grads, people who love AI and know a bunch about the cool stuff going on with LLMs, people who know a lot about infra and AWS and those types of things. But they didn't necessarily know about the thing that they were building for, like flower shops. Another one that I saw that ended up becoming a good investment because they pivoted was a company that was made. Or another interesting one was a company that's founders were recent college grads, had never worked real jobs in the industry, and they were trying to do Copilot for product management. So obviously, they're product managers and they saw some problems they wanted to solve with AI, right? Nope. They had never had a product manager. They had never worked at a company with a product manager. They barely understood what one was. They thought they had identified a hole in the market and that they would fill it. And this is a very common mistake that Y Combinator companies make, but more importantly, startups in general make this all of the time. They see a solution that works for them in a space they care about, and they try to apply it in spaces that they do not understand at all. Very common. The equivalent of this would be, imagine if the first time that developer tooling was using AI, instead of it integrating into our tool, some non-dev person, I don't know, some like CEO of Salesforce or something, doesn't know anything about code, comes in and says, we're going to replace all of your developers with AI. We built an agentic tool that knows Mongo and Python really well and is going to replace all of your code bases with our new magical AI. How many devs are going to try out that fucking thing? The answer is none. Because nobody is trying to replace themselves at their job. They're trying to make the boring parts less boring, the hard parts less hard, and the fun parts more relevant in their day-to-day lives. And that was what Copilot did well. So obviously, Y Combinator companies had to adjust because too many of them were making these types of mistakes. And they did. They moved from Copilot for Thing to a much, much better I typed letter C, what the hell? Cursor for Thing. That solves all the problems, right? Because cursor is definitely not the same thing, or possibly even worse, because it takes over more of the work and leaves you less of the fun parts to do. That wouldn't be. That couldn't happen. The place where I saw this pattern the most, at least the place that affected me and I cared about the most, was in video. I cannot tell you how many video AI companies I have talked to that went through Y Combinator that were people who either didn't make content or didn't like or care about content that decided everyone would be a YouTuber or an influencer if only it was easier to make videos. Editing is too hard. That's the reason nobody is out here making videos. If we made it easier, everyone would be a creator. Ugh. The reason nobody's a software engineer is because typing is too hard. It's way too hard to use a keyboard. If only we made keyboards easier, everyone would be a developer, right? Do you see how stupid that sounds? Do you know how often I would hear pitches that sound like that? I won't say it was the majority of companies, but it definitely felt like the bottom 30 to 40 percentile was stuff like that. I cannot tell you how many times I had the Copilot for Thing, Cursor for Thing, AI assistant for Thing conversations where they understood the AI part, the Copilot part, really well, but they didn't understand jack shit about the other side. This is the thing that changed in this batch. It was a change that was already starting to brew due to the nature of how much pickier they're getting with their acceptance rates, but also because I'm pretty sure YC noticed the same trend. They were investing in these companies that were doing AI for a thing, but they didn't really understand that thing very well. I want to find Paul's tweet about this. I'm trying to find. He had a post about a founder that like got a job at a space. It's gonna be annoying to find. Tweet from someone in Y Combinator that suggested founders or about founders getting jobs just to learn about an industry before building a product for it. If I can find this using Grok search. Trying to find the post. There's a request for startups. Retraining workers. Oh God. I need to yell at David, actually. That's a good thing to see here. None of these are very good. Somewhere. Fuck. I know that one of these was like specifically this at a point. Fuck. I can find it from Gary. It might have been him. Oh, here it is. Haha, I fucking actually found it. Holy shit. I am proud of me. Add that to important so I don't lose it in the future if I need it again. Add this to my interesting trend notes. Cool. I can understand why if you see the trend here that your assumption is YC encourages this. All right, I lose this. There. I understand why seeing this trend, you would assume that Y Combinator encourages this. But they actually do the exact opposite. Here is Gary Tan's thoughts on this from before.
The most important part of design, I think, is actually the empathy for the user. Mm-hmm. Like, you sort of have to be like an ethnographer. You're going in and seeing, what is this person like? What are their goals? What are their motivations? If you're selling enterprise software, the most important question is, how do they get promoted? Mm-hmm. Yep. And so if you can actually do all of those things, load it into your head, whether it's having actually lived that life or being able to be around people all the time who live that life, only then can you design something that is appreciably 10x better than the thing that they were doing before.
And to that, I know IC's been at least public about advising founders or would-be founders to go work in a call center, go, do some of this.
Yeah, go
to
undercover.
Go undercover to develop that empathy. Are folks taking you up on that?
Yeah, totally. I mean, there was a company recently. I mean, this is one of the cool things about open source large language models. We had a medical billing company where one of the co-founders went and got a job as a medical biller on Zoom. Yeah. And, they were able to write software and write prompts and deeply understand what is it that a medical biller does. Yep. They did it in a way that, didn't violate anything because none of the data, it's sort of like they were just doing the job. And instead of, them using their wetware to do the job, they were writing software locally using, I think the latest version of Meta's Llama. And so I think that was an incredible example. Obviously, the best way is to deeply understand someone's problem or a space and go in and, totally above board understand things. But sometimes you might not need to do that. You could go undercover and just do that job directly and then deeply understand it.
Yeah. I love this. It's really hard to improve a job that you do not understand. Building software for users that you do not get, that you do not empathize with, that are not you, is really, really hard. Y Combinator's whole motto has always been build something people want. It is much easier to do, or that is much easier to do if you want the thing. But if you don't understand it, you should at least go get a job in the space so that you can understand how others do it. And they've been encouraging this for a while because they're actually very tired of this, of Copilot for Thing, meaning they don't understand Thing, they only understand AI. And this is how the shift has happened. If we were to rank AI startups in Y Combinator by how well they know AI versus how well they know Thing, and we were to do this batch for batch, recent batches have overall looked kind of like this. They know AI pretty damn well, but Thing, which I would argue is the important part, the thing they're actually building for, they don't understand that well. And I hate this. I go out of my way to not invest in companies that look like this, where they really deeply understand AI. They can go toe to toe with people like me about every detail about the new models, what they do, what they can't do, all the cool tooling and things that happen in the AI world. If this is what your spread looks like when you're building AI for Thing, you know Thing too poorly and AI really well, I'm out. You've lost my interest. I'm not doing it. And this was very common for a while. But a shift has happened. This batch felt fundamentally different. It now feels like this, where multiple companies in this batch admitted that they were actually a bit shy about AI. They felt like they were behind and they didn't really understand it. They'd only started getting into it for real a few months before. That sounds like a red flag until you realize that I also wasn't into AI until late December of last year. And by January of this year, I had one of the most successful AI apps in the space. And by February of this year, I'd become one of the more respected and well-reported people doing the journalism covering the stuff. And by March, my research was being cited in various things. There is a combination of I could spend a much longer time ranting about how most of the AI influencers and sources of information are absolute hot fucking garbage. I'm not exceptionally talented for figuring it out in 2 to 3 months. Everybody else just kind of sucked. So being early to AI and being really deep on AI is often a disadvantage because things change really fast. Things aren't necessarily relevant to your space. And most importantly, as the AI tools get better, your need to understand the AI well actually goes down. But your need to understand the business you're building in only ever goes up. And that's how we end up on Nautilus, one of my favorite companies from the recent batch that I just can't really shut up about because I find what they're doing so genuinely cool and interesting. Nautilus is a car wash platform. They're kind of like QuickBooks. They're kind of like Square Pay. They're kind of like all the things you need to run a small store anywhere in the world, but specific for car washes. That sounds really dumb, right? Like, why wouldn't they just use the existing solutions that are generic and probably cheaper and work well for everyone? The reason is because car washes have specific needs and also specific opportunities to make more money. Things like memberships. How many people in my Twitch chat have a membership to a car wash? 1 if you do, and 2 if you don't. Also, only do 1 or 2 if you actually own a car. 1 if you have a subscription to a car wash, 2 if you don't. That's a lot of people who drive that don't have subscriptions to their car wash. There's been about 3 so far that do. That's a huge opportunity. That's a way for these car washes to go from just barely profitable to potentially quite profitable. And if this is software that can be sold to a car wash, so that they need fewer employees, they need fewer subscriptions, and they have a membership program that will automatically send a text out saying, hey, you're overdue a car wash, and things like that to make it more likely that the car wash can make more money. This is worth a ton of money to all of those car washes. So how did they make this? How do they know all of this? The founder has been working at car washes since he was 16 years old. He integrated all of these things as the cashier at a car wash when he was 17 years old. He ran into so many problems with the software and saw so many opportunities in the space that he started building Nautilus to make that car wash and others nearby even easier to manage. And he succeeded. And then YC let in, as far as I know, their first ever car wash company. And this kid shows up in a fucking sailor outfit and hat and pitches his car wash in a sea of AI dev tools. It was magical. It was powerful. It was exciting. And then he comes up to me at the end and says, oh my God, Theo, your videos helped me so much when I was trying to level up and like build the thing I built. And then I heard what they were doing. And then I heard how much money they're making. And I invested immediately without any further questions because these guys know car washes really well. They didn't know the AI and developer side that well, but they found the resources to figure it out, people like me, and they combined their knowledge of car washes. And I was chatting with them at one point with like other people, and somebody asked like, how do you get all these car washes to sign up? Because they have like a few thousand, I think, that are already using their stuff. And a ton of like big brands are moving all of their like actual shops over. They're doing very, very well with it. So somebody asked, how do you actually get these companies to adopt your car wash software? To which they said, we go to, or to which they responded, our podcast, carwash.com. No, what's the, I'll find it. Fuck. I thought it was carwash.com. What is... It might have been a different company that did that. Fuck. Fuck. What was the company that had a like .com for their podcast? Fuck. Was it them? Oh yeah, it is on carwash.com. Yeah. They said that one of their biggest leads is their regular appearances on Wash Talk on carwash.com, the podcast, as well as the thing that they had on their website, the webinars that they do, as well as the car wash events and conferences they go to. There's a whole world of car wash content, of car wash events, of car wash CRMs and webinars and all of this shit that none of us know a fucking thing about. We are talking about a different world here. And if you look at my chat's reaction to all of this, OMG, or OMFG, that's so cool, calling him Sailor Jones, or calling him Sailor Jason. On today's episode of the Car Wash Podcast, you get it. It's kind of nuts, but that's why these guys are going to win. They're not going to win because they're the industry leading experts in AI. They're not going to win because they're first. They're actually quite late to the space. They're not going to win by making a solution that literally every single company in the world can use. They're going to win by making it so a car wash can make 2 times more money, being the best solution for them by far and the only one they even know about, much less consider. And now they can charge 10 times more than QuickBooks does because it doubles their revenue. And despite having 1/100th the customers that QuickBooks has, they'll be able to have 1/5 their fucking revenue. That is crazy. People underestimate how many weird niche subfields of subfields there are out there. Absolutely. But there was a problem with this before. The problem before was that a subfield would need the same amount of engineering effort as the greater, higher level field. It didn't make sense to build AWS for small startups, like something like, or it didn't make sense to build something like Vercel before AWS. It didn't make sense for a while after either, because the number of engineers it would take to build something like AWS was too high. Things like AWS, things like Vercel, things like AI, things like React One of the effects of all of these tools is they allow for a smaller number of people to build a similar piece of software. The number of engineers it takes to build and maintain big applications goes down every single year. The number of devs these companies have go up because the number of things they're doing goes up. But if you want to take a product that exists today and rebuild it next year, it'll be easier. If you take a product that was built 10 years ago and rebuild it now, it'll take you 1/50th the engineers to do a pretty good job. And that's the bet that a lot of these startups are making. This is actually a good question. I think I got a bit disconnected. A quick Google search says the car wash industry is $24 billion. They may know car washes really well, but is a $1 billion company? Absolutely. You don't need to make 24 billion, or you don't need to make $1 billion a year to be a $1 billion company. You need to have good profit on like 150 mil a year. So 150 mil a year divided by 24 billion. They only need to capture 0.6% of the total spend in the industry in order to be a $1 billion company. And if they actually can increase the amount of money the industry is worth because all of their customers are able to double their average revenue per customer, this might go from a $24 billion industry to a $40 billion industry, and they can capture a significant portion of that revenue. Why such a high multiple? Because they are probably printing profit off that. Like, what are the costs for a business like what they are doing? They don't have very many employees. They don't have very much infrastructure. They don't have very high costs. If a customer pays them $500 a month, they're probably spending $15 in that month. I don't know any of these numbers. I haven't talked with any of them about any of these things. It's just my understanding of how businesses like this operate. Their cost margins are going to be crazy. Their profit's going to be insane. Their ability to win a significant portion of the industry is absurd. And if they decide to, they can increase the amount they charge and nobody can say no because they're the best solution by far. They are in an incredibly powerful position right now. Another similar example is Co-Create. As I mentioned before, there have been a lot of companies doing AI video tools to make it easier for people who don't know a thing about video to make a crappy TikTok that gets 5 views. Those products have no place in this world and they will all die aggressively and quickly. They piss me off a lot. I cannot tell you how many times I've had to sit in the YC office with a random video company trying to get me to invest in them, where I had to explain, you guys do not know a single fucking thing about video. Your business is fundamentally doomed. The big thing I had to explain is that the things that make editing slow have very little to do with opening the editor, moving files around, and cutting. When FaZe, my editor, gets access to our assets, he can edit an hour-long video in like 40 to 50 minutes. Hi, FaZe. FaZe, if somebody was to tell you that they would replace Final Cut with an AI that auto-chops the video for you, what would your honest reaction be? How much fixing am I doing after? Probably a lot. And now you have to use their jank, broken, or like Electron app that doesn't have any of the things you need, that crashes when you put 4K videos in. You're in for a bad time. Now imagine somebody tells you, hey, we're building a solution because we were video editors for years and we found that managing our assets and synchronizing them was obnoxious. Start to make a little bit more sense? Wait till we scroll through their website. This is the first video company I have talked to in the startup world, period, that mentions things like time code on their website. They have string outs. They'll assemble a timeline based on the content in natural language, creating a string out in daily for the daily recording session you did to see what's worth taking or not taking, to trivialize the process, export it to your professional editing software of choice, running all of this locally so none of your content is being sent to a random cloud somewhere, with AV sync, again, with timecode and things like that all built in, automated organization and management for these giant recording processes that have thousands of hours of footage. And as my editor has said, this is great for AI grouping and stuff. Sounds like awesome for pros, for people in real productions. Absolutely. We had to go the opposite direction with us as a business, or we had to go the opposite direction on my channel, where those types of things were so annoying that I built my whole process with my markers, my external system, my breaking things up via CSVs, and then dumping them on my Dropbox so that my editor can access them. We built that whole system because all of the orchestration of your content is the annoying part. It takes us more time to make sure the right files are tagged in the right place than it takes for us to actually edit the video. And you wouldn't know this if you weren't a video editor and you didn't spend a lot of time talking to actual video creators. This is so common. And it was so nice to sit with a YC company that was going through the batch, doing video product, that literally had just gotten back from New York because they flew out and sat on the floor of a big edit warehouse with like 15 full-timers just doing pre-editing, orchestration, like assistant editors just making sure the right assets were in the right place and making all of their jobs 2x easier. This is a real video company. This isn't an aspiring creator company. I am so tired of the aspiring businesses. We want to make it so everyone can program because programming is too hard. We want to make it so everyone can be an influencer because editing is too hard for influencers to do. We want to make it so anyone can make a viral post because coming up with posts is too hard. All of these things are stupid, and none of these things will work. And the only way you can think this way about any industry is if you are here. If you are Dunning-Krugering yourself because you tried to be an influencer, you tried to be a developer, you found it too hard, so you gave up, and then decided you could make a business selling the solution to other people who gave up. The harsh reality is the people who give up are not good customers. The people who give up are not good to build around. If your business's average customer is an aspiring thing, not the thing, you're doomed. And this is what I realized when I built my Y Combinator startup, Ping. Even though we were focused on building for professionals, the Ping.gg video product very quickly became used primarily by small hobbyists, people who aspired to be a successful creator. They couldn't figure out why nobody cared about their stuff. So their solution to solve this problem was to use professional expensive tools like Ping in hopes that if their quality of video went up, they'd go from 5 viewers to 50. Aspiring businesses or aspiring spaces are evil. They are full of what we call tar pits. All of these things sound like a good idea until you understand the space at all or you think about it a little bit more deeply. And this trend has existed in most startup spaces, but in particular, I have seen this a lot in YC startups. Not in this batch. Many companies looked like this. One more fun example that you devs can probably relate to. We've all seen the AI vibe coding apps. Most of them are built on top of React Native because React is something that's easy for AIs to write. So React Native with enough wrappers means you can vibe code a mobile app relatively easily. There's a bunch of these. Disclosure, I'm invested in most of them. So if I put a name down, assume I am at this point for the vibe coding stuff. There's Rourke.app. There's A0.app. There's Vibecoder. There's others I'm forgetting for mobile apps specifically, but these were, and I think still are, the big three. All of these companies were built by people who were pretty nerdy about mobile, like A0 in particular. Those devs were two friends in high school that made dozens of apps together, and they built A0 to make it easier to build apps. But now there's an interesting one. Bitrig. Build apps for your phone on your phone. You might notice how basic this website is. The reason is because unlike all of the other vibe code app companies, these guys do not understand web for shit. And that's okay, because they're not building a web company. They're not building an AI company. They're building an app builder company. And ready for some very fun facts about Bitrig? Bitrig is the only one of these AI app companies that I know of that isn't building apps with React Native. Bitrig is using SwiftUI because they think that vibe-coded apps should meet the native bar that they care a lot about. But what do they know about SwiftUI? What do they know about native apps? Why are they coming in? Because this is just AI for that, right? Ready for the fun spoiler? You know who the founders are? The creators, I shit you not, are the creators of SwiftUI. The people who made SwiftUI left Apple and built a vibe coding platform to make SwiftUI apps. Imagine competing with the creators of SwiftUI in vibe coding, building native apps. They admitted to me when we chatted that they did not really feel like they understood marketing or AI stuff very well going in, and they were doing their best to learn it. They asked awesome questions, in particular about branding and marketing stuff. I immediately invested as much as they would take from me. And now they're getting a big moment, as I mentioned them here. If you want to build native mobile apps and you're interested in real native apps by people who understand the platform better than anyone else in the goddamn world, Bitrig are those people. It's worth a shot. And this is also fun for me because I personally, honestly think React Native is more than good enough. But if I am wrong and all three of these investments fail because React Native is not good enough for vibe coding a mobile app, now I have a hedge bet with Bitrig that will cover the difference. If I am lucky, 1 to 4 of these 4 companies will end up giving me a 10 to 100x return in approximately 8 to 10 years. I have nothing to gain at this point in time beyond thinking these things are cool. I'm not promoting these companies because I invested in them. I am talking about them because I want you to understand what this vibe shift was and why I'm interested in them. And really fun question from chat. What if Flutter wins? Really good question. I actually also had invested in 2 separate Flutter companies. Of the many companies I've invested in, only 3 have gone to zero. And of the 3 that have actually went bankrupt and I was able to claim the losses on my taxes, 2 of the 3 were the 2 Flutter companies. So, yeah. Flutter will not be the winner because Flutter can't even get out of early stage. I do invest in things I don't agree with because I want to hedge my bets. If there is a company that is doing a thing that I think is obviously wrong and most of my portfolio is built against, I will invest on the off chance they are right and I am wrong. We have to touch on one of my favorite things about this batch too. As I've been saying, the AI for Thing companies know a lot about Thing and don't know a lot about AI. You would imagine that these companies probably aren't the most experienced developers if they're building a car wash company. The really interesting trend I saw was for the first time in any batch, all of these AI for Thing companies were really hyped to have me there. Like, nobody outside of SF knows who I am, but when I go to demo day, I get a decent number of photo requests. People who come up asking like, oh my God, you're Theo. It's so cool to see you here. You down to take a photo? That's awesome. I love that. If you see me in public and you want to do something like that, I'm cool. It's cool to know people know who I am and they resonate with my content. Usually, those companies, or usually the people who ask for these things would be the founders of the dev tool companies. Like the people who built A0 obviously knew who I was and were hyped to see an email from me. We chatted. They're now good friends. The developer tool companies in the developer space should know who I am because, like, let's be real, I have the numbers here. According to the last State of AI Developer Survey, 54% of respondents watch my videos. Do you want to be in the 46% that don't keep up if your job is to sell to those people? A significant portion, and also let's be real, of the developers that use AI that make it into Y Combinator, are they more likely to be on the 54% or the 46%? Realistically speaking, they're more likely to be locked in. This is how it is. A lot of the people in the recent batches have said how useful my startup and startup adjacent videos have been, but also how useful my general dev stuff and AI coverage videos have been for them. So a lot of these AI for Thing companies wouldn't be my expected demographic. I'm expecting the dev tools to be hyped on me and for these guys to maybe sometimes know who I am. Almost every single one of these companies was really hyped about me. I was shocked. Like, of the people who came up to me, the vast majority were working on shit I didn't know anything about. Like healthcare, like mapping software, like missiles, like car washes. I don't know shit about any of that. But they were coming up to me because they were hyped that I was there. And that is so cool and heartwarming and awesome. But it was counteracted by a very weird change. Most of the dev tool companies had no fucking idea who I was. I do not know what happened here. I am talking about businesses that are literally building tools for Cursor where none of the founders have ever heard my name. That's not even the funniest one. The funniest one by far was a kind of vibe coding enterprisey one that's building developer tools to help businesses integrate custom software faster. And I was skeptical. I didn't hear many of the things I would expect to hear. It was a recent pivot. The revenue wasn't great. And they were specifically targeting things like Supabase and other like data platforms that were harder to vibe code against. And I was like, okay, this is a bit red flaggy for me. You don't know who I am. You're talking about Supabase a lot. I don't see the space here. Like, how are you managing data if you're doing this? I had already like written this one off. Like, I'm not investing in this one. I'm just curious how this founder is thinking about this. I shit you not, they reply, oh, we built it all on Convex. They're the only backend platform we have found that does really well with vibe coding. Have you seen their thing, Chef? You know Chef, the vibe coder on the Codex website? That was my idea. They didn't know who I was, and they literally built their startup around a thing that only exists because of me. I have no idea what the fuck happened here. I still invested because I thought that was pretty cool. That all said, the majority of the dev tool companies I talked to had literally no idea whatsoever who I was. Maybe 3 of them did, and at least 5 of them didn't. That was very interesting. To me, what this suggests is that the dev tool companies are not as locked in as they were before, that they are trying to find edges in the industry, and they had a good enough pitch to sneak through that. And then my hotter take here, if we go through the, where was the request for startups here? And my hotter take here, and this one might get me in a little bit of trouble, but I can't just glaze the whole time, right? Y Combinator puts out a request for startups right before every batch. Just the partners the partners who are all founders, by the way. YC doesn't have investors that work there. Everybody there has built a company. So these founders, now partners, will describe things that they want to see more of in the batch in hopes that people will apply with ideas that are similar to this. Most of these people are what I would call ex-developers. I am a part-time developer who will eventually be an ex-developer. I just cannot justify writing code for the majority of my time nowadays, especially with one hand. I miss it dearly. I'll get back to it soon. But most of the Y Combinator partners have been writing code for some amount of their career. And they all notice this trend where we need the companies that really understand a field well. So let's go to Nautilus again for a sec. If you don't know jack shit about car washes, and you have 2 potential investments. One is a company that knows AI really well, that doesn't know car washes that well, and they say a bunch of things you don't really know if they're true or not. And the other option, we're on the carwash.com podcast. We help run multiple webinars about car washes. I've been working at them since I was 16, and here's all the things I've done. One of those is obviously the good investment, and it's very easy to know that without having any experience in the space. My spicy take, and this hurts, and I'm sorry to the partners that feel like this is a call out. It is not meant to be. It is more an observation than a call out. I am sorry. There's a Dunning-Kruger thing here. If you know nothing about car washes, you pick the person who knows about car washes. If you know a little about car washes, you pick the person who you think, based on their knowledge of whatever you're interested in, you think has the most capability of success. Once you know enough more at the end of the Dunning-Kruger, you realize the person who knows more is much more likely to succeed than me. You pick them again. So if we draw this out as a Dunning-Kruger curve, where as you start learning the thing, you get really confident. As you get further, you realize you're clueless, and then you slowly build up real knowledge. If your current understanding of car washes is here, you pick the person who knows what they're doing. If your current understanding of car washes is here, you pick the person who knows what they're doing. Your understanding is here, doesn't matter, you're going to pick the right person anyways. But what if your understanding is here? If you know a decent bit about car washes, but you think you know everything about them, This is when you start making edgy bets. If the person that the car wash company talked to knew a bit about car washes, they might have made dumb decisions. Replace the word car wash with software. Now imagine you don't know jack shit about coding, and you talk to somebody who's really deep in the software development space. They have years of expertise. They've been working in open source forever. They are involved in the open source communities that I and people like me care about. They watch all my videos. They're deep in the space. And now they're talking to a YC partner who doesn't know jack shit about software development. If this person seems deep and excited about the thing you don't know jack shit about, good chance they know what they're doing. If you've been writing software for a while, but haven't in a long time, and you know what it took to keep up, you know how important it was to be locked in, to keep up with what's going on in the industry, you know how the trends shift and change and all of that, you pick the person who deeply knows the thing. But let's say you recently got into vibe coding after not coding for 10 years, and you're like, oh my God, I had no idea coding was so easy. Being a good coder doesn't matter that much anymore. Anyone can just vibe code their way through Cursor and Windsurf. By the way, Windsurf and Cursor, basically the same thing. Windsurf's a little cheaper. You should probably use that. Those types of people will pick the startup that they think has the most likelihood of being worth billions, not the one that understands the space the best. My honest belief is that the recent surge of YC developer tools that don't know jack shit about the developer space is because there are partners at YC that are currently here in the Dunning-Kruger curve of how software development works, and they are saying stupid things, attracting stupid founders that bark back the same stupid beliefs they have, that result in mediocre at best and destructive at worst developer tool companies ending up in the batch. And I am not saying this is all of them. I would say this is at worst half of them. But there are more of these clueless developer tools companies than there are clueless non-developer tools companies all together combined. So it's funny that we went from the AI dev tool companies understanding dev really well, because you had to understand dev to do anything, to the AI dev tool companies being the only AI for X companies in the batch that don't actually understand the developer space that well. Of the 18 investments or so I did in this batch, I'm pretty sure I hit 2 developer tool companies total. Depends on if you count BitRig or not. Their audience isn't devs, but you get the idea. 2 or 3 of my 18 investments were 2 to 3 of my 18 investments were dev tools. In previous batches, it's over half. It's also a smaller number. It's usually like 8 to 10. But this is a really good batch of people who are really locked in on the thing that they are doing. That is a huge industry shift, and I genuinely really hope it maintains, because the summer 25 batch is the best YC batch I've ever seen, as long as you don't look at the dev tools too hard. I think that's all I have to say about this one. What a chaotic experience it has been, talking to dev tools who have no idea what we're doing in this space, and talking to car wash companies that couldn't be more hyped to talk with me about the dev stuff that they're doing to make car washes better. I did not make a lot of money from this yet. In fact, it was a very expensive week for me. Thank you to my sponsors, and thank you to all of you for watching and making this possible. But hopefully, if all goes well, in a handful of years, but hopefully if all goes well in 5 to 10 years, the sponsors for this channel will be the companies I invested in instead of the companies funding my investments. Thank you again to everyone for watching this. I hope it's helpful for y'all to better understand how these startups work and how I think about them, and most importantly, how I make my investment decisions. I am not like many other investors, so don't assume that what I talk about here is going to get you an investment, because the majority of the investors I talk to don't know jack shit about anything. I am trying to explain this as this cool, weird, in-between position that I happen to be in, and I hope it's useful to somebody. I know this video would have been very useful to me not very long ago. Let me know what y'all think. Until next time, peace, nerds. I did not mention the ESLint prettier thing. That's an entirely different vertical that wouldn't have fit well the way I did that video, but could be really interesting for sure. Not doing too bad time-wise right now. Not great either, but 3 videos plus an addendum, 4.5 hours. You guys really want me to do Cloudflare versus Vercel, don't you? I suppose. Let's do it. Oh no, mom and dad are beefing again. The Cloudflare strategy. Tell everyone on Twitter that bandwidth is free and unlimited. AWS bad. Rename bandwidth to Argo because the free one's low quality. Create the most evil, non-transparent pricing page in history. Hide real bandwidth prices under a tooltip. When this ruse runs out, hope they locked you in with workers and durable objects. Sponsor lots of X accounts to repeat the free and unlimited bullshit. Hope that enough startups fall into the enterprise trap. Triangle Man's a decent front-end designer, but he knows nothing about networks. He keeps having to make this point because he has built Vercel on top of AWS, which charges him for bandwidth, so he has to pass that cost on to his customers or he'll go bankrupt. Cloudflare, on the other hand, built our own network bandwidth. Cloudflare, on the other hand, built our own network, so bandwidth is largely free for us. What I love about this pitiful answer, which everyone is calling you out for, is that you put Cloudflare's full, true colors on display. First, you attack the bit. Okay, we don't need to read all of the details of all of this back and forth with the weird, epic, annoying voice. Don't even need to necessarily call out the fact that the formatting of this first sentence is 100% Trump's formatting for sentences. What we need to talk about here is the absolute chaos that is going on. This weird and consistently brewing drama between the CEO of Vercel and the CTO of Cloudflare, Guillermo and Dane, respectively. There are some things that make this annoying to talk about. In order, thing 1, I know way too much. I know way too much about the details of all of these things from all parties involved. Thing 2, they're both right and they're both wrong about a lot of different stuff. Thing 3, the way that they're both talking pisses me off to no end and is so inherently bad faith so consistently that it's genuinely just annoying. And thing 4, this is an expensive thing for me to talk about because, as you guys know, I no longer work with Vercel, and I have been in talks with Cloudflare in the past, and I probably will be some amount in the future. And by covering this the way that I intend to, I am burning the bridge on both sides. I already will not work with Vercel as a partner and sponsor in the future for various reasons. Check out my Breaking Up with Vercel video if you're curious. And after this video, there's very few worlds in which Cloudflare is going to want to work with me. So this is going to be an expensive one. So I hope you pardon my quick break so that somebody else can pay my bills, and hopefully they won't get... I like that take, actually. So hopefully y'all will pardon me for a second because someone has to pay the bills, and as I've now established, it will never again be one of these two companies. I like the first take more if you can cut that well enough, phase, but whichever one you prefer, I trust you. You know my videos pretty well at this point. So what's going on here, and why are these guys getting so spicy? This drama goes back quite a bit, actually. So let's break down how we ended up in this utter freaking chaos. I am tempted to spend a little too much time talking about the history of Cloudflare as a business. I'll give a really brief overview. Originally, they were DDoS protection as a service. They built a lot of internal tools to make it easier to build features for those types of things. They ended up selling some of those services that they built, including things like the KV store that they used and things like the worker platform they built to do the DDoS checks and protection really close to where users were sending their traffic. And then that eventually evolved to the workers platform we now know and love. And in Era 3, which is when they introduced the zero trust stuff, they sell to businesses for good enterprise security protection things. Cloudflare Gen 2, which is that worker platform and like cloud platform, you can host your whole application on Cloudflare era, is the thing that Vercel cares about. There's also the DNS and all those other pieces, but those fall between eras 1 and 2. You get the general idea. They went from protecting you from DDoSes to selling you domains and helping you manage them, to hosting your websites and running your code, to building your platform for your enterprise. Those are the things that Cloudflare has done over time. And as such, Vercel and Cloudflare were not actually competitive for a while, because Vercel originally started as Zeit, making it easier to deploy Docker images for your Next.js applications. They then moved over to serverless when Lambda got popular, and they were probably actually working with Cloudflare quite a bit at the time for the DNS side of things. Where the controversy starts has very little to do with any of that. It has to do with everyone's favorite word, edge. I have a lot of videos where we talk about edge compute, the good, bad, and ugly. I am going to do my best to resist the urge to go too deep in the weeds. What I will say is that most compute is centralized. There is a server in a warehouse somewhere at a specific location, and when you have a user go to your website, it runs code in that place, it executes, and it sends them a response. Whether you're using Lambda or EC2, whether you're using Railway or Google Cloud, whatever you're using, there's a very good chance you pick a location and you run the code from there. You also have a database that is hopefully, please make sure it is, in the same location so that your database and your code can execute and read from each other relatively quickly. Edge is the opposite. Instead of having one location where your servers run in thousands of locations across the world with the goal of running as close to the developer as possible. Or retake on that. Edge is the opposite, where instead of having one central location where all your code runs as close to the user as possible at one of hundreds, if not thousands, of different places around the world. That means that your code is further away from your data, but it also means that your code is closer to your user. So for certain things, like the joke I'll often make is the world's most advanced switch statement is Cloudflare. If you want to make sure, based on the user's region, that they're going to the right version of your website for their region, Edge Compute's a great solution for that because it will run the code close to the user and redirect them to the servers that are hopefully also closer to the user, depending on where they're hitting the service up from. Really cool stuff. Makes a lot of sense for rerouting of traffic to different places. But Cloudflare's model is really focused on being everywhere, which means they can't spin up a full VPN, which means they can't spin up a full virtual, and that means they can't just spin up a virtual server for every single request because they would have every computer and every node around the world with hundreds of Docker images for whatever product happens to have one user in that region. You shouldn't have to spin up a Docker image in Lithuania because you had one user go to your homepage. That makes no sense at all. Whereas with Lambda and Vercel, the node is centralized to one location and all of the traffic will hit that. So when one request is done, the node sits there waiting for the next one to come in. Makes a lot more sense for things makes a lot more sense for some things and less for others. And due to the way that Cloudflare has built their compute, it is way less powerful. Rendering an actual complex page that takes real CPU cycles to generate will be 2 to 6 times slower on Cloudflare's infra than it is on Vercel's. But if you're doing things like routing LLM traffic from one place to another, redirecting users from one place to another, changing the shape of a request, adding API keys to a request, things that are low compute, high wait time, especially low compute stuff, those types of things were really good for Cloudflare's network. And Cloudflare's virtual machines were built as a layer on top of V8 instead of underneath V8, so that one node, one Docker image, so to speak, that's running one instance of V8, the JavaScript engine, can have multiple developers' code running on it at the same time, taking turns responding to data, getting in chunks, running their event loops, etc. That is why Cloudflare's Edge could be so much cheaper than anything that isn't running on it or using similar infrastructure. It's also why they don't have to charge you money for when your code is sitting there doing nothing, waiting for the next token. the Cloudflare Edge runtime, which they actually, funny enough, refuse to use the word edge for anything because it just makes people's brains fall out. Cloudflare's way of building edge stuff works really well for these particular environments where it could spin up really fast, run forever, and die in a low compute, low reliability place. Vercel is trying to make servers easier. That all said, both have some similar overlapping benefits. They both have a lot of DNS stuff now. They both have a lot of DDoS protection stuff now. And they also have a lot of CDN tools where when you build your website and you have some stuff that is static, you can host it in the CDN and not have to run any code at all to send somebody to your homepage. That's a lot of overlap between these companies. There's also an established practice that most people using Cloudflare have, where they use Cloudflare as their CDN, DNS, and DDoS protection, and then throw everything else at AWS or GCP, or also, for a while, at Vercel. There are two events that I would consider the genesis events for this beef. One of them is the shit show that was Edge. And the other, arguably more important one, is the DDoS wars. These are the two major... We were already pretty deep on the Edge stuff, so I'll go a bit further here. If you've been around for a while, you've seen the chaos of how we went to and from Edge. You've seen Lee Rob's post about why Vercel was moving away from Edge. The main reason was if you have your user, you have your server, and you have your database. Databases are circles, obviously. No, circles are users. Rhombuses are databases. So you have your user, you have your database, you have your server. If your server somehow doesn't use data at all, you should put it as close to the user as possible. If your server does need database, it should be as close to the database as possible. Relatively simple. So the idea of edge, meaning you can move compute as close to the user as possible, is actually kind of a bad thing because you don't want to do that. You want the compute to be as close to the database as possible because if we look at this by how many trips occur, so user goes to the server. So I'll label these first. So the user goes to the server goes to the database sends data back to the server, and the server then sends that to the user. Now, if I move these from one side to the other, the length of the arrows in total does not increase. We are dealing with the same distance for the trips overall. But there's a problem. Most servers don't hit the database once. They hit it the first time to get info like checking the user's auth to make sure they're actually authenticated. So they do that. They check the auth. Then you get the confirmation. User's good to go. Okay, cool. What were they asking for again? Oh, they wanted their friends list. Hit the database again. Database sends back their friend list. Awesome. We're good to go now. Now if you move this, or let me fix the arrow. Now if we move this closer to the user, you are massively increasing the amount of time that has to be spent going back and forth between the DB and the server. We move the server here, the total distance that needs to be traveled goes down exponentially. Hopefully this helps make it clear. If your server is making 0 to 1 requests to your database, it doesn't matter where it is, but if it's making 2 or more and you're not putting them next to each other, you are bad at writing software. Now imagine instead of having one server location, you have lots of them around the world. Imagine that these server locations are just scattered everywhere and you have control over where they should be. So you tell Cloudflare or something like it, hey, make sure all requests that match this shape occur as close to US West 2 as possible. You would expect that they would do that, as I and many others would as well. I have bad news. If you use the free plan on Cloudflare, approximately 10 to 15% of your requests aren't even occurring in the same region as the user. During peak traffic hours, like over here at around 1 o'clock today, over 60 to 70% of all requests from the US went to Europe, not the US. Are you kidding? If we go back to my diagram here, this is like if we had the whole globe, and this user is relatively close to this server. And it doesn't really matter if the server goes from here to here, they're pretty close. But there's a 10 to sometimes a bad percentage, but depending on the time of day, there's somewhere between like a 1% and a 60% chance that the server isn't between these two at all. It's actually over here. You just went from responding in 200 milliseconds to responding in 2 seconds for something that you have no control over. Well, Theo, that's just the free tier. You shouldn't expect the best reliability there. Just move to the pro tier. Oh. Did you notice anything changing there? I barely did. Seems like the pro tier gets hit just as hard. That's fine. We'll bump up to the business plan. Okay, that's a little bit better. It's like 15% less likely. We'll keep going up. We'll move to enterprise. Oh God, it's still happening 8-ish% of the time? Come on, what do I have to do to fix this? Argo? And then the enterprise spectrum HTTP plan, where finally the problem goes away and you're spending $70,000 a month minimum. You can't even get a price on this plan because they hit you up about it. So if your goal is to have users hitting servers in the same country, so if your goal is to have your users hit servers that are in the same country the user is in, Cloudflare has a 70% chance at certain hours of the day of not doing that for you. I am personally pissed beyond belief about this one because I have personally been lied to about this one, publicly even, by some of the people involved even. And I am sorry, Dane, you did a good job texting me, giving me context on this, but you did not answer the hard questions, so now I have to do this publicly, which I do not want to do. We need to talk about this. I posted this chart because I did not realize how bad it was. At the time, it was up to 50%. It's actually gotten a little bit worse since, depending on the time of the day. Zieg comes in, says, what is your takeaway from this? I have no idea what he's talking about. I kind of fucked up with this reply because he did a follow-up, and by that happening there, we inadvertently suppressed the interesting convo. This, I have no idea what you're saying, got 13K views. This actual conversation got under 1,000, and this is where the interesting details happened that made me want to do this video. I guess I'm assuming the context of this is the orange triangle showdown, as in intentionally routing because load high. I said, the showdown is indeed how I found the tracker by Tyler. I'd never seen it before, and the data was really interesting to me. It definitely is load related when you look at the 7-day chart and you see it's around the same time every day this happens. So Zieg tags in Dane, the CTO of Cloudflare. To which Dane says, it should rarely happen. We modified the algorithm to reduce frequency. In production, we have multiple generations of servers, gens 11, 12, and 13 servers. The algorithm incorrectly weighted 11 and 12 equally, and we were improving, but the change caused another system shift traffic. This has served us well for 15 years, but we're exploring options to provide enough fast bandwidth to cover nearly everyone on the free plan until they reach abusive levels. Remember, and this was a mistake on my part, I said that Cloudflare routes as much as 50% of free tier US traffic because I did not realize how severe it was in the pro plan as well. So most of the replies here are assuming it's only the free tier, and it is not. It is the pro tier as well. So even the CTO says that they are fixing the free tier problem here until those free tier users reach abusive levels. We believe most people value an always free plan and they dislike surprise bills will always deliver more value than we capture. I cite that the pro numbers are also awful here. I also ask, is there any public reporting on this? Seems like a significant regression. All of this occurred on September 5th. This video is being recorded on September 10th. There has still been no public representation beyond Dane tweeting these things in hidden replies with under 2,000 views that this is a real thing that is happening right now. And despite the fact that he said this is a recent regression that they're actively working on fixing, 10 days later, as I just showed, the numbers are worse, not better. I want to give Dane one more chance. I think that's enough. And then I'll add here. You implied it was free tier only, and that does not seem to be the case. You also implied it was fixed 5 days ago. I'm doing my best to make sure all of these companies are held accountable for their bullshit. And yeah, to be clear, if you think I'm roasting hard now, you have no idea the text I sent to Guillermo. I was hard on him for how he handled all this. I hate his reply here so much. This not an acceptable way to engage in something like this. No matter what you do, it'll be seen as punching down. This reply should never have been written in the first place. They fucked up the comms here bad. But what does what does Vercel have to do with any of this? Why do they care at all about these up and down edge rates? The reason is because they were a customer. Vercel, very specifically, wanted to use Cloudflare for their edge product as they wanted to do more things on the edge. If you use Next.js and you're familiar with middleware, that's an example. Middleware is a lightweight, super small JavaScript execution layer that can occur before your actual code base gets hit. That way, if you have a user going to a route and they actually need to be redirected somewhere else or sent to a different service entirely or blocked because of their IP address or all those types of things, doing that close to the user on a low-cost, fast runtime is very useful. And Cloudflare seemed like the perfect product to do that, to make sure the user was going the right place, and then Vercel was the right place. That is a really nice pairing. The Cloudflare DDoS layer can make sure the traffic's legit. The Cloudflare Edge compute layer can make sure the traffic's going the right place. And then Vercel, the compute layer, can serve the traffic the right packets. That makes all the sense in the world. Everything should be that easy. And for a long time, it felt like it would be. And sadly, it was not. Because Vercel immediately started running into really weird request time issues because they were hitting this. If instead of DB, we said this is Vercel. And again, we don't necessarily... Let me retake this bit, actually. I'm going to duplicate this to be a little more accurate to how things were for them. Let's replace the word DB here with triangle. Can I do it? Is there a triangle emote? So replace this with triangle. You know what I'm talking about there. There's only going to be one back and forth between the edge and the server for that. So triangle is Vercel server specifically. Edge is the thing that makes sure they're going to the right server because you might have like 3 of these in different places. And the user is wherever the user is. So edge should be as close to the user as possible. Make sure their traffic goes to the right place. The database will be next to this. We don't care about the DB anymore. Send it back to edge. User gets their response. Makes all the sense in the world. And if the edge could be here or here or here or here or there, because this is all the same country, we're assuming like this section here is a continent in the world. As long as this edge stays relatively close, the amount of time it takes for the request to go from one thing to another does not go up that much. But if there is a 10 to 70% chance it actually goes here instead, all of a sudden Vercel's numbers go from pretty good to utter shit. By putting edge compute, or by putting something as simple as a minimal edge compute switch statement close to the user, they were risking randomly 10xing response times because randomly these requests would be routed incorrectly. And they ran into a lot of problems with this. Due to your capacity issues and challenging economics, in the last 24 hours, over half of Cloudflare traffic in the north. Again, I don't like the way Guillermo worded this, but at the time he posted his screenshot and wrote this tweet, over half of but at the time that he wrote this tweet and posted the screenshot, over half of Cloudflare traffic in North America was being routed to Europe. Yes, got that right. Again, I hate the way he wrote this. E-commerce businesses that are sensitive to latency and they're setting money on fire for ad conversions, they are just not getting the conversion they would expect because their websites are suddenly randomly taking 2 seconds to load instead of half a second to load. You can read in many of the replies that Cloudflare has poor connectivity in Europe with one of the most important networks in the highest GDP sector, Dutch Telecom. Instead of putting in a transparent and cost-following pricing scheme, you resort to blaming companies that actually are building infrastructure. Apparently, one of the reply buttons, and again, this is the stuff that Guillermo's saying. Guillermo's brain's a bit rotted because of the drama we had, funny enough, between me and Vercel and the community. Because I basically bullied Vercel into paying me because I didn't want to work with their competition. I wanted my sponsors to be the things I ship and prod. My goal was to bring those companies I like to my channel, and I got Vercel to agree to do their first and only ever influencer sponsorship, where they paid me to not use their competition when I was deploying things in tutorials and other videos. They were not paying me to talk about specific things. They were not paying me to talk in a specific way. They were paying me because otherwise I would go work with Netlify or someone else. And I needed to do that because I have to pay my team somehow. I was lucky to have all sponsors that were things I use and like, but because people hated Vercel so much, this new narrative formed of Vercel pays all of these influencers to support them and shill them and pretend they're good when they're not and trick all of these beginners into using Vercel when they shouldn't need it. That stereotype went so far that it was actually affecting brand sentiment, both for them and for me. So I decided to end it. I was just tired. If I'm going to get called a paid shill for you, or if I'm going to get called a paid shill for exclusively taking support from the products I actually use, it's time to do things different. And I moved over to the current sponsor plan where we have an ad in every video. So if you don't like having to skim through the ads in my videos, blame the Vercel haters. It's 100% their fucking fault. That all said, the new sponsor plan is great. I have managed to find an awesome set of companies that are really fun to work with, and it's literally 10 times more work per video than it used to be because of all of this. That all said, if you think I'm salty about this, you have no idea. Guillermo is constantly fucking pissed about this. So now he's doing the same thing that happened to them. He refers to Cloudflare supporters as reply bots and paid followers. Yeah. Because he was annoyed that Vercel supporters are all accused of being paid shills, he now is going and doing the exact same thing. It is just as unacceptable when he does it as it was when others did it to him. Not good. I would argue that what this is Cloudflare's technical failures versus Vercel's comms failures. And these two things are just going neck and neck, and everybody who's looking at this is wrong as a result. It's very, very annoying to me. Because technically speaking, most of what Guillermo's saying here is true, but comms-wise and just being good at reporting-wise, what Dane's doing is much better. This is the hardest part for me. Triangle Man is a decent front-end designer. This is very clearly an attempt to write off Guillermo's expertise of infrastructure. I've known Guillermo for a long time. I have never seen him write a competent front-end in my life. Guillermo sucks at CSS. He is genuinely really, really bad at doing front-end stuff. That's not where his expertise is. He built Socket.io, the WebSocket tool for managing WebSocket connections via JavaScript. And then he moved to Next.js because the back-end side of React was so hard and he wanted to fix that because that's what he was good at. Guillermo is not a front-end designer. He's picky about design, but he's not good at design. Oh, he also made Mongoose, the client for using MongoDB and Node. He is a back-end guy through and fucking through. And Dane knows that. I know Dane knows that. He specifically chose this wording to downplay Guillermo's expertise doing back-end development and knowing how these things work. I personally have had great conversations about cloud infrastructure and how requests are routed around the world with both Dane and Guillermo, and I would say they are roughly peers and equals in these topics. So for Dane to intentionally pretend he is just a designer that doesn't know anything about networks, literally saying, but he knows nothing about networks. Dane, don't do this. You're better than this, man. You're doing the same thing he's doing, where he is calling you guys paid shills. And now you're throwing punches that you know aren't true. We've talked about this, Dane. You know Guillermo knows infrastructure. You lost them as a customer because your solutions didn't work for them. And I get that. And I get how annoying it is seeing a customer that you lost go compete with you and bitch constantly about it. But you cannot go on this level. You cannot do this. Because on one hand, you did it in a way, Dane, that is much more optically viable. Because people love shitting on Vercel. They kind of, for better or worse, this is perceived as the underdog, this new CTO at Cloudflare, punching at the big bad guys, Vercel, who are worth 1/15th what Cloudflare's worth. It is what it is. I wish Dane had just focused on the core points here instead of making the whole thing personal, because that kind of resulted in unhinged Guillermo. I wish they would let me mediate these things in the future. Neither will. I know how they work. They've both been receptive to me explaining that their comms here were utter garbage, which is nice. But we still haven't talked about Arc 2, the other thing that resulted in everything burning. We have covered the Edge Wars, and I think you guys now hopefully understand why that went as bad as it did, and why Vercel is both moving off of Edge because they found that most requests need to be near the database anyways, and why they're moving off of Cloudflare because a little bit of Edge stuff they do want to do should be reliably placed well enough. They don't have to worry about these weird latency spikes. So as a result, Vercel has chosen to largely move away from Edge, both as a brand and as a product offering. This doesn't need to go in the video, but Aiden, I do not agree there at all. I've always felt like Guillermo in particular was the spicy one, and Cloudflare would just like smile and wave. Now they're like punch for punch, and they're all rolling around in the mud. It's like real bad. Oh, this looks really cool, actually. Good find, Yash. FaZe, move this over to where I was talking about Guillermo's expertise. My intern just found this incredible post in an old Google group from 2010. Thank you, Yash, for this link. Hey guys, I just released Rosepad/Socket.io and Socket.io Node, a simple API like this, with, again, in a Google group email, just copy-pasted code without formatting it properly. That in reality is compatible with WebSocket, long polling, multi-party HTTP, etc. This is his first announcement of a WebSocket-like thing that will work well if you are able to make a WebSocket connection, but will handle the auto promotion if you can't and you have to do polling or like long multi-part stuff, etc. This being Guillermo's introduction to the world suggests that he is the furthest thing from a front-end designer and is actually someone who thinks a lot about how networks and traffic work. Shut up, Siri. One of my friends who has a lot of experience at Cloudflare stuff said that they used to purposely avoid this kind of thing, but it seems like they've now decided to just go with it now. Absolutely. And even Aiden, who's one of my good friends who worked at Twitch with me, who is a bit of a Vercel hater, will admit that Socket.io was absolutely huge for that point in time. Socket.io was an essential thing to make Node more popular. This was a really cool era. Cool. End of that part. Or end of that thing that you're moving back over, FaZe. Thank you. So you understand the Edge Wars now. Time to talk about the DDoS Wars. This is where things get a lot muddier. I think we can all, for the most part, agree that Cloudflare's product for DDoS protection was revolutionary at the time and still feels pretty essential nowadays. Having the ability to easily protect yourself from thousands of useless requests coming in and wasting your server resources and allocation is a good thing to be able to do. And this is how Cloudflare started their business, and it's still a core piece of their offering. That said, it has not necessarily been iterated on as much as the other Cloudflare products have. And there are a lot of new advanced techniques that Cloudflare's DDoS protection has not been as capable of identifying and blocking. On top of that, when you put Cloudflare's DDoS protection between the actual server, on top of that, when you put their DDoS protection in front of your actual DNS, your actual servers, and the users, or in this case, the bots, they are now running all of that traffic and sending through what they decide to send through and the amounts of that data that they choose to send. This also means that your DDoS layer, this also means that your DNS layer behind Cloudflare's layer is getting all of its traffic from the same set of IP addresses because you're getting the traffic from Cloudflare, not from the user directly. So now imagine you're Vercel, and you want to build a better DDoS protection layer for these more sophisticated attacks. And you build something and you test it and you find it's quite reliable, even more so than what Cloudflare built. So you ship it. And you're still getting large amounts of reports of users who are being hit with these crazy amounts of traffic that are costing them tons of money. So you go to those users and you say, hey, did you turn on the Vercel firewall? We built this for this purpose. They say, yeah, not only do we turn on Vercel firewall, we're also using Cloudflare's DDoS protection. So they're doubling up. They're putting 2 layers of protection around their services. They should be extra safe, right? This is what drove Guillermo actually mad. I think this was the crack moment that resulted in him becoming the spicy person we all know today on Twitter. Here's a tweet of some person whose poor Vercel project got DDoSed. All of a sudden, they had tons of data being downloaded that was not real, and people were racking up their data bandwidth costs, and they were upset that nothing was happening. Guillermo himself replies here. Firewall tab should give you insight and options like bot protection enabled. You can file a support ticket and share the idea with the team, and he'll get it handled. So he does, and he looks into it a bunch. Turns out the problem was that this user had Cloudflare in front. They did nothing to stop the attack, and they proxied us millions of malicious requests. Our logs indicate Vercel would have significantly thwarted the attack if we had raw access to the traffic, automatically. His recommendation is they turn off the Cloudflare proxy mode. You can use it for DNS if you really want to, but otherwise their bot protection can't be as effective because a lot of the data that's important in that traffic is gone once it's gone through Cloudflare. This has been happening for a while now. Here's a post from 2020. You're using Cloudflare, which strips the standard eDNS information from the queries, and it makes GeoDNS routing less accurate. If you switch to Vercel DNS, then your routing accuracy will dramatically improve. They have been running into problems with Cloudflare's DDoS protection layer for quite a long time now. That's why they decided to build their own solution to make it better. And it's also why he's so pissed off now, because as a result of building this, they're not seeing the benefits they were hoping because their service can't work if you also have Cloudflares in front, stripping a lot of this valuable data. And you'd think like, well, why don't they just block the Cloudflare things instead then? Yeah, I'm sure that all the customers that are on both Cloudflare and Vercel would be pumped if Vercel was to just block Cloudflare DDoS layers from the product entirely. I'm sure that wouldn't cause a ton of outrage and people complaining about anti-competitive stuff, even though Cloudflare is, without question, actively making Vercel's life harder here. So this was what set Guillermo off the deep end for sure. He has seen this data so many times, and I can tell you from talking with him, this is one of the things he thinks about and talks about the most. This has deeply bothered him for a bit. And when you combine the two of these together, the problems with the edge network on Cloudflare and how they burned Vercel as a customer, and the DDoS wars and how Cloudflare's DDoS protection layer doesn't protect from some things that Vercel can, but by putting the layer in front, you are stripping them from the data that they need. Vercel very much feels like the victim here. And I would argue in many ways they are. I wish they would pitch it slightly differently rather than your compute sucks and ours is great, because that's terrible. If this was to be framed as, we tried using Cloudflare's edge network for our product and it didn't work for us, here are the problems we had. And if instead of Cloudflare proxies DDoSes to us millions of times a day, they said, we're working really hard to build a DDoS protection layer that can go a bit beyond what Cloudflare's does. We have found it to be hard due to the nature of the traffic that Cloudflare passes to us. The way that these things have been brought up by Guillermo has resulted in the shitty sentiment that we often see. And it's also, in my opinion, allowed for the orange side of this debate to get really spicy to a point of not being good sportsmanship in the space at all and being genuinely bad faith in ways that I can prove are bad faith, because I know that Dane knows better. He didn't pick the wording of his post to get a lot of likes on Twitter. He definitely didn't pick the wording on his post. Let me find the post that I was on before. Dane didn't pick the wording of this post so it would go viral on Twitter. He didn't pick it so that he would build a lot of positive sentiment around him and Cloudflare. He picked it because he's really good at pissing off Guillermo. Dane is probably the single industry leader in pissing off Guillermo, and honestly, I have a lot of respect for him for it. I've never seen somebody so capable at something so specific, quite like this. But this post was written to piss off G, and he succeeded. And now that G is pissed off, he is saying things that are stupid. That is the pattern that occurs here. The order of events is that these companies were building different things that were compatible. As they started building edges that were somewhat overlapping, each felt burnt by the other. That spiraled and accelerated until it became a bad faith, like, piss fest. And now we're here where there's too much weird, bad faith commentary to actually find the interesting points underneath. And I have had to spend far too much time digging through sources, talking to these guys, digging into their histories, looking at numbers, and figuring out why this all happened. So, yeah. I am proud to have accidentally now created the single most comprehensive piece of media about the history of why these companies hate each other and why these things happen the way that they do. I hope this is useful to somebody, and I hope you're not too mad at me, Dane and Guillermo. No, I'm doing this out of love, and because I know you guys can both be better. Please stop doing this shit. Just text me if you're mad, and we can have the conversation instead. Don't risk both of your brand reputations because you want to get free points on Twitter. It's dumb. Don't do this. That's all I have to say about this one. I hope you guys aren't too mad at me for covering this drama in such a way. Let me know what y'all think, and until next time, peace, nerds. Yeah, there's definitely a difference in how they're thinking of malicious traffic. God. I'm going to be honest, y'all. I'm losing my voice and my stomach feels like shit. I think I'm going to wrap up now and try to stream later this week or weekend. I can't stream next Wednesday because I'm going to be in Seattle for an event, sadly. But I will make sure to go live before then so that we don't fall too far behind. Is our boy still live? Assuming his thing is done, but if not, you're going there. Okay, that is done. We can throw you guys at Vienna. That'll be fun. Oh shit, I forgot you're there. We'll chat, Ben. It's a very short trip. I'll have like almost no time. It is Tuesday to Thursday, if I recall. We'll chat. Oh shit, Josh. Sorry that we're leaving right as it starts. Let me thank any subs I missed while we were doing that. We got Fuego and MJC with the long-term subs. Appreciate both of y'all a ton. Thank you guys. Have fun with Vienna. I'll be live soon-ish. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. This was a fun one. Till next time. Goodbye, nerds. Bad timing, Aiden. Sorry. And goodbye to YouTube as well.